Hi. Did this just... Did it just play... Did it just go to the same song again? Anyways, hi. I love the winner today is Doc. I did just take my vitamins, so thank you, Turnip. It did. I don't know what just happened with the music. I just skipped some songs. Did I have cute songs from yesterday? Maybe. Anyways, hi. How are my peoples here today? How are we? Where are my glasses? There they are. Hello. I do want to pull out new dice, so I think I'm going to get that. Yeah, Decimi is still with I've been doing half-ass makeup, which is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. But because my concealer is like God, and I use only really concealer because I don't want to put on foundation anymore. I hate that shit. But my fucking concealer's fucking gone. I need to buy new. I'm gonna take out new dyes. Hello, Skoma. How are you? This I do like. I'll give this one a break. Get in there. We're having a switcheroo of these ones. I should eat the rest of the candy that I have in here. I want my druid ones. You said it literally is. I have Groby here. I need to put up the other ones up there. Choco Cats is there. I forgot that I could put up the other ones, but I need to take them out of the little packaging because I can color code them to sections too, which works. Chromie unironically really was the funniest but most useful gift ever. I didn't put this back in. Oh, I need a... There we go. Need to turn that to light mode. It's quite loud, probably. Yeah, I forgot to turn it down. That's the wrong one. There we go. This goes back here. I was focused on dice. Not full on stuff yet. Only do what you want to make, Skoma. I won't put any opinions on anything. Oh, wow, thank you. Like I said, it's my half-ass makeup. I really like these ones. I do really like these dice. These ones are super pretty. There's like tinsel in it. I just look really pale today, I think, because I have a white shirt on. This goes in here. No, these are my yellow ones. No, these are my pink ones. Yeah, those match. We're switching the dice. Looks like crystals. Yes, I love these ones. I feel like you can see it in this one. There's tinsel in it. It's not going to be clear for you, but like it's clear resin, and then there's tinsel in it that is iridescent, and it looks so pretty. I love it. And then I have a good couple. Like these are my... Oh, it doesn't even show them to the fullest. Where are they? They're right here. These are my druid ones, and so the this one has little paws on it. It has little moss in it. Dice. Crystals, I have all my crystals over there. I have my crystal little ball over there. I have the rest of them. All of my tarot decks have crystals on top of them. Also helps me organize my crystals because I have too many. I have multiple crystal necklaces and different types of stones. I got you, Nova. I love me crystals. Do we want the pink flower out? I think we keep with this set. What's in here? Oh, these are my little picks. These little guys. Spamming messages too fast? That's crazy because you're not. Wee. Hi, Fox. We're switching out dice. I really should eat this lollipop. These ones are alternatively really good as well. They're dice I can actually eat. Meowdy howdy. Picking out new dice, but I'm in between what to pick. Yeah, we'll give this a break. I have more. I should bring out my paladin ones. One's turret got me back into its little casing because it's been sitting on my desk. Maybe these ones. Oh yeah, and the random one I stole from work. From my old job. Hey, the residents are quite evil today. These in here. I knew the correction to my autocorrect fucked up. That's crazy. That's crazy that it thinks you're spamming messages. Okay. I need to find the right dice. We have 2 out. I had the metal and the green one out. I don't think it's in this one. This one had a pretty pink one. I do like that one. And this other pretty pink one. This has another purple set. And a pretty blue one. I really like this blue set in here. Because it's like sparkly. If I do, dude, I like your bullet one. Your bullet one is so cool, Doc. If I do the, druid of the, like, the ocean, I forget what it is. Of the sea one, I think I would use these dice. I need to build that character. I need... I love my die! I still can't get over, I almost said my druid. No, my deadlock experience that literally crossed my legs. Made me feel like I've been just on the floor with all my things spilt, crying. That's really how I felt. Circle the sea, yes! I didn't remember the terms at which it's... I was just like, it's of the, and then whatever, but I don't remember the rest of the words. But it would be that. I do want to make a Circle the Sea character. It's very later on in the build of it. I want to fly. Me and Kev talked about it last time when we were together. And I want that. Oh my god. Here we go. There's my paladin ones. Paladin or cleric? Either or, because they're a nice... It's a nice marble, like milky yellow and white. Anyways, I'm gonna take those out. Oh, this one doesn't belong in this one. This is the one, I took this one to TwitchCon actually, but I didn't end up doing any rolls there. Kind of forgot that I had it. Oh my god. Just like gulped. I keep on gulping. I just realized this dice set is the same dice set as the chunkers. My holy chunk of all chunks. Oh, this one doesn't go in here either. This bag doesn't have as many in it compared to the other one. This one's like stuffed to the brim. I do like these ones. I like my other ones better, I think, because they're a little bit more intricate. But because they have little stuff in it, and it's so cool. How is everybody doing today, though? Well, I funnel my dice all back in here. I hate the 4. I hate this stupid fucking triangle pyramid shit. I hate this, because I try to pick it up, and it's, like, flat like that, and I'm trying to, like... I hate this shit. I hate it. Text it. April 11th. Let's see. Also, I want you guys to know. Oh, it's January. February. April. Nope. March. April. Possibly. This is my day list today. It is City Pop Neon Lights Thursday morning. Which I had a lot of Japanese City Pop. This is Paramore. Who works. But randomly amongst this entire playlist, we have, I'm gonna cue it up, we have this song. And if you don't know what that song is, it's fucking Snake Eater. Why the fuck is Snake Eater on my City Pop Neon Lights Thursday morning playlist? I'm good. I had a good day yesterday. Hold on. I need to find the strings to close this. I love this bag. I played Deadlock after stream. Actually, we pulled down Mochi yesterday, found out she had fleas. She was on my desk when I found that out. So we gave her medicine, and then I was like, ew, disgusting. You got stuff all over my desk, Mochi. So then I cleaned my desk, so it's nice and clean. And then I cleaned my makeup cart. So I am slowly going through like each thing and decluttering it. So it was very good. And then I played Deadlock, and then I played for the first time ever COD Zombies. Because I never had it as a kid. We didn't really care for Call of Duty. I think we had some early Call of Duty, but we never had Call of Duty Zombies. And then I didn't have a Steam account until I was almost in college. So I never played it. So I got to play last night. It was very mindless and I really like it. I think picking a D4 up is bad. Imagine losing a metal D... Oh, and stepping on it. Oh. I'm never taking my metal D4 out ever. Never. I don't want that ever to happen. So you gave the song Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I was like, I'm pretty sure I did. Because usually I add it right away. Because it was the, Miku one, right? Because I have it added to my like songs, I'm pretty sure now. Snake Ears it is a banger. I just don't think it's city pop, so I'm very confused. Hello, Giraffe. How are you? ky3len, hello! I've not seen your wife, but I saw someone that seems to be, that might be their wife. When I approached them, they were like, they were not, in fact, your wife. Ah, why, thank you. Thank you for looking for my wife. It's okay, we will be finding my wife today with Kai. Fortunately also, too, my wife is here. My work wife, ky3len, is also here. I just saw one of my other wives just come online on, not Steam, on Discord. So I do have many of a wives. So good luck finding the right wife. Hey, Kev. How are you doing? I gotta do my most hated battle ever. I hate the opening battle in this game. Because I just hate her. I don't hate her. Actually, I do. I love her, but I hate her. I'll be doing? Okay, okay. Do you have work today? I spilled my coffee. I spilled my coffee. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. It never, and it, oh. I didn't spill a lot of it. It just like splashed. Yay! So you don't have to work today? Oh, I just hate her. I just hate the fight because it's just a gauntlet fight. Because it's a matter of time and then also just picking down her health. Who took her shit?
My
Fuck
bad.
yeah.
I'm here fashionably late because
so
Twitch yelled at me for not grabbing my streak ... Oopsies.
I love how he yelled at you. Hit her with the axe. Fair. Dude, it's so annoying doing the fight on... It's not hardcore. It's hard. Madhouse. I was like, it's not hardcore. Hardcore is for the OG Resident Evil series, but the new series, it's Madhouse, which is just hardcore. It's just hard. Madhouse is just that. But because you have to hit every single bullet, otherwise you really just have to slowly pick at her. But hello, Haunted, how are you? As for my dice lovers, we have switched to the Cleric Paladin dice. That's what I call it, my Druid Moss dice. And the metal dice that I now fear of losing my D4 and stepping on it dice. That's what dice we got. So I'm gonna do some rolls. My cowboy hat is blocking. ky3len, you want a cowboy hat? I have these cute little cowboy hat that tops the straws. Because I'm giving 3 to my friend, but I don't need... It came with 6. Oh, like, I have 1 extra. Where are the beginning of the rolls? Why was that scrolled? Have I been streaming for that long already? What the freak? Okay. Character-related dice? Yes, you do. I have so... Kai, I have so many dice that I'm like, oh, this would be good for this type of character. But I want more. I want the ones with eyes in it. I don't know. I just want more. When losing, there was what? Yeah, okay. So that D4, metal D4 is never coming out of that casing. He's never gonna come out of that. What am I doing first? Yep, it is that one. First up is Doc. 18, 17, and a 5. I'll have you know the 5 was from the metal dice because I think I heard you talking shit about metal dice. And it's fair shit because I don't want to step on a D4. But you're doing good. Doing much better today. Ooh, do it. We should all buy dice together. Why? I don't know. I should really use my... I uncluttered my desk. I can actually get to my dice mat. It is still covered by books, but not as many books. Because I had not used this once. Clickety clackety, I roll to attackety. The leather, the soft inside did peel from it, but it's like literally attached to it. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. No, that makes it even better, Kai. Because that means you definitely should. It's so cute. It's so funny since this like peeled off of it. I just have to re-glue it, but I don't want to use the stupid spray glue. Did I get dice? Yes, it does. I have my druid dice for my character L. So I'm very excited about that. That just reminded me about the Stranger Things talk. That's gonna be next up is Nova. 310 and a 17. You're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Mentally probably a little tired. Oh. Baki Mitai. Oh, Taxi Driver Edition. I love you, Kuza. Dame, dame. Next up is Turna. 16, 3, and 5. You're doing good because you are here, but you are still very low in mental, but that is okay. That leaves our family behind. Don't say that. That's traumatic as hell. That's traumatic as fucking hell. Hi, you're next. Well, the only one I will say is you got a 6 because then the other two are in fact a nat 20 and a nat 1. So we're gonna see how the residents treat us today, and that'll tell which one is which. You know? The story development? Oops. Not the oops. Sorry, I don't know why I only read out just the oops. It be that way. We love story developments, but also I don't like that. That's dramatic as fuck. And by that, I love that. But like, stop it. That'll make me cry. That one is my internet. Fair. Okay. Okay. Adds up. Let me do Haunted's roll. 2, 2, and 3. You need a little rest and reset. That's what you need. Who was supposed to join us too? That joined us later? Crazy. I love little stories like that. Character, that's so cute. I need to play with y'all. I'll be more free. Kev, do you work tomorrow? I'm just trying to see who I can pester about the schedule so I don't have to wait to see that I have no schedule. I'm like, who? Oh, will you be there when the schedule drops? Ow. I didn't fully brush out my hair. Yes, fuck yeah. Okay, I'll pester you. Cause he needed to rest. Hey, it be that way. What was it? I was watching oh my god, I think it was the NFL players. They were playing D&D. I didn't like watch it, but it was a little ad for it and they were introducing their characters and they were meeting in a tavern for the quest. One of them was like, "I'm not even there. I'm still asleep." And they took his little character out and put it off to the side. It was so funny. It's like, "I'm still asleep. I'm not even there." I'm still trying to decide. I think I'm gonna be a cleric. I think I'm gonna end up being a cleric for Dark Urge run. These guys aren't prepared for me to actually make choices. That's so real. Honestly, it would be me too. We're sleeping on, yeah. Honestly, I would. Actually would. As much as I hate being late, and I'm usually 5 minutes to 10 minutes early, that would happen on an important day. It would happen. Be a martial class. I don't know. See, yeah, cleric seems like fun because it's gonna be the duality of her being a cleric, but I'm gonna be dark urge, so I am for sure going to be killing people. I am just holding back every ounce of me, and I will not. We need Gale on the team. We don't need Gale on the team, but we need Gale on the team. I don't know who. I'm romancing Astarion. I'm romancing Astarion. My little brain wants to romance Gale. Indeed, I'm gonna be in Dick Bear. Oh yeah. Oh. Okay. You're gonna be okay. I got too excited with that guy, and no words actually came out. I was just really excited. I'm excited for that. I need to build. Somebody needs to explain to me how to fill out a character sheet, and by that, how do I get the numbers? The classes and whatnot, I can somewhat figure out. I would just need to look into the roles because I don't understand them fully. Sheet for it, real as hell. I think. I mean. I don't know fucking jack shit. So great. An iPhone 17. First time got. Ooh. Hell yeah. Okay. Hopefully the iPhone treats you well. Stream making a character to you at some point? I think that would be nice. I love watching Machine Heart, but I'm going to skip it. Because I've just never done it. Doc set up the last one, which I'm sad. She just sits there. I should write down these little ideas. I think I want to get a different journal. Fuck it, I actually do still want to get a nice little special journal for D&D stuff, but fuck it, I had the fucking new spiral notebook that Doc gave me with all the specialty stickers on it. Specialty stickers already applied. Let me write these down, because otherwise I'm gonna forget. Is that the Christmas? It's my Christmas shopping list. That's done. D&D characters. I want my druid. I like my FC and Upland druids. Cat. I don't know what to be for my cat, for when we do cat. At the numbers 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8, and you can choose what ability they go to. Okay.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
The thing I miss is Android Google keyboard. That's fair. Honestly, Viz, it's easier switching from like the Androids to Apple because Apple's a lot easier. Because it's a simple phone. It was hard for me to switch to Android, but because there's so much more in it, which is really cool. But like, yeah, but it's good. iPhones are really fun. I just hate them, but they're really nice. I will hydrate with my coffee, quiet, as per usual. The iPhones can't do nearly as much as what the Androids could do. Interesting. Hi, quiet. Need to make more of a second character. I'm thinking a paladin. Unsure. Ooh. That would be fun. I need my bard. I need to actually make Harley. But Turnip is always a fighter, and I don't want to oversaturate fighters. Okay, hear me out. I think I talked about it. Yes, I talked about it last time, literally yesterday. I'm telling you, I want to run where we're all monks, but wave the drunken, we need to be the drunken people, and we just need to start throwing everything. A one shot where it's just a big tavern party, and we just start brawling. Reading fanfiction as you should be, Haunted. Don't worry. Gotta play my paladin. We should use your paladin. What if we're a paladin cleric squad? What if I just keep on coming up with ideas and then we have too many, we never complete them all? Ooh, Theo's a good name. I'm doing well. I'm now writing down my little D&D ideas. This is one of my least favorite subclasses for monk. Well, we need to be drunken. The moral of the story is I just want to throw shit, which we could do in any class. But that's the thought. Would I ever do that? I don't think I would ever actually be. I don't think I don't really play the fighter type classes a lot. You're gonna join us for it and you're never gonna play them. It's okay because now I have my little character and I'm never gonna play her either. We need to play that one, but that's on the old rules, so now I don't know if we're doing that. Am I because it's weirdly scared? I am weirdly scared. I'm scared. I'm always scared. I'm very scared. I'm scared of people no matter what. We play both rules? Fair. Shelved agony. We'll have to see what Mr. DM of sliding says. Druid tiefling. Oh, that's what I want to do. I want to make a tiefling. What did I want to make for that? All I know is that I want to make a new druid, just in general, my land druid. But I want to make my of sea druid. I like this song. We need to make the cat. I need to actually make Harley because we just need her. She is a tiefling, so that's great. What did we make? What did we make Harley? Oh my god. I don't know which subclass. I think I like the I forget the names. Hold on. Because I just looked at it because I was plotting for my cleric. I'll either be an elf or tiefling. I'm sorry. I'm one track brain. I can only be. Once I like a certain thing, I'm like, this is what I am, and you should never change it. Hi, Junior. I will say Anthony was trash. He was just like, don't be a fucking human. Like, that's trash. He was just a human. No offense to my little fellas here. And by that, I mean turnip. But he was just some dude. He was just Rob. Like, that's what he named his paladin in our Baldur's Gate playthrough. It was so funny. Oh, Junior, to make sure you get yours. 14? A nat 20 and 11. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Let's be quiet. 11, 12, and 19. You're also doing amazing. Because you both are doing great. Right? Our combat focused version of a cleric? 1 million here. No, real as hell. Real as hell. I think I want to play a cleric that taketh instead of giveth. Oh, that's what's what. I don't know what she would be. I'm sorry, everything got like, oh yeah, I want to be a druid, here's the ideas. And then there's this cleric that just has a whole sentence because I have a whole vibe for her that I want to make. Variant human? Turnip isn't a human, he plays half orc. I just mean his actual name. Because I keep on saying just some guy, just some normal dude. And then it's just Turnip's name. Because that's what Anthony named him. It's red, but I'm back. Probably. Welcome back, Auntie. Remember when I was really sad? Like, I'm moving and I'll never see you again, and then I came here every day anyways? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. But we still miss you. I miss having you around. One day you'll figure out how to hide your laptop, put the earbud in, hide this stuff, and then you'll still be able to listen to us. One day. It's fun as fuck. I am excited to be cat. I don't know what cat I want to be. It would be really funny being a druid cat, but Circle of the Sea druid. Because cat be very funny. I feel like the bear and mouse folk fit you well. Big cat because soup. Lay on hands by shoving a spectral tentacle into people's faces. I fucking love that. You gotta, yes. I mean, it depends on which type of cat. Not like which type of cat, but like what type of cat I want to be. But like the idea is spurring. Because also, what if I'm a bard cat? There's like, you see the fitting theme with me where I'm like, wow, a druid, a bard, a rogue. I do like rogue. I just haven't played rogue. And then when it comes to races, it's like, yeah, so I'm either an elf or a tiefling. I don't got any other choices. And color feels nice. Fuck yeah. That's what I just painted my nails. Tabaxi, that was soup. True. Kind of want it. You should. Honestly, might as well. There we go. Tabaxi. I just want to look at the cat classes. I'm sorry, somebody named the cat like its little character sheet. It's Mr. Buttons. Matching, literally matching. There's 2 tieflings in the current party. We love tieflings. I'd probably be an elf. I love being... Okay, now hear me out. I love being a high elf. Also, a wood elf. Wood elf is... that's what Soul was. I should make Soul. I should just steal Soul's name and put it somewhere else because I love that name. But I love being a high elf because I love being that classy bitch. And being a bitch. High elves are just so prissy, but I love them. Wow, okay, so we all kind of have our brand of what we like. And unfortunately, our brand is all very similar. Being a high dwarf. We should put you in heels, Junior. Put your little dwarf in heels. Then you'll actually be high. You'll be able to reach the top shelf. 1 half orc, 1 human. Who's a human? But they're tripping balls. I love that. Even better, put you on heels. You'll be high. Oh, photos are so great. I have no clue. You can do a lot on the iPhone. I miss my my screens, how you can have different screensavers and like switch to them. Because I still can have multiple photos. I have my multiple photos that switches between One Piece characters. But I can't like easy fix stuff. I don't know what this is. But I do need to actually put in my application because I did not. Oopsie, hee hee hee. You're just subdued, Doc? Real as hell. The token human of the group, and that's iconic. Well, next to the session is going to be a list. It's not going to be here. Agony. Those nails? Oh, thank you. I literally painted them yesterday while I was playing Deadlock. And then I got questioned by Jordy because he was like, I don't know how you paint your nails while you game. I was like, well, when I'm dead, I just take the nail polish. I do 1 like paint coat on it, and then I continue gaming. And my nails don't touch anything else, so I just let it dry while I game. I think half-elves are my favorite. I have played a couple of half-elves. I do like the half-elves. I just love being a high elf because they're bitches. I like half-elves. That's fair, Haunted. That's fair. I need to play Skyrim. Some cool cowboy gunslinger, but nope, I fucked up the accent once and boom. Now it's... It's not the fact that it's like he was supposed to be this really cool guy. Nope. He's fucking gone now. Now he's just some redneck guy. Ooh. Oh, I like that. Okay. Relate? Oh, that's cute. I like that though. As I've learned a lot from like some people, like not always, and it's not with every single character. Per se, the cat squad. If we do that cat squad, it's because it would be really funny and I need us to do this. But a lot of people build a lot of what they know in real life into their characters. So I like that a lot. It's beautiful. I love it so much. It's so funny. Oh, it was Naruto. That's what that song was. I miss Snake Eater. I trashed it, but now I miss it. That's a lot funnier than it probably should be too. Oh my god, Dave! That's so fucking funny. Ooh. Oh. Sorry, I'm looking at the metal dice that Doc posted. And I just see the 4. That stupid pyramid and how sharp that shit is. No, thank you. Nuh-uh. His name is fuck it, his name's Dave now. That's when you go for vibes and not accuracy. Because in that case, then fuck it, we Dave now. My ears kind of hurt. But I can't switch these headphones, unfortunately, so I'm stuck with it for the whole stream. If I was a brainworm? What type of brainworm? Do you look like the brain, like the Mind Flayer worms from Baldur's Gate 3? Also true. Are you in someone's brain or are you just existing outside of someone's brain? And you like to eat brains? I need details. Do you crave to eat brains? Because if you do, I think you're kind of gross. And by that, I think your teeth are kind of fun. If you took out the sharp teeth. Oh, you're in a jar? Okay. Can I take out your teeth? I'll feed you soup. I just don't like your teeth. I just wouldn't like your teeth. But I would still love you. You'd just be floating in the jar. I like me teeth. Okay, well, you're getting, like, sealed in that jar. Yeah, I second haunted. We'll make you a terrarium. Like, you are never leaving that jar. And if you dare leave it, it's like I say to the spiders in my house. Outside, free game. That's okay. Inside, evicted. Gone. You step foot out of your little terrarium, gone. Otherwise, we love you. The astral prison? So no one is allowed Junior into their brain? You will just... We need to... Okay, well, just don't go in my brain. I can feed you somebody else's brain, Junior. As long as you don't exit your terrarium. These are the requirements of which you must meet. I really want to play Baldur's Gate. I might play it later. I don't know. I might play more Deadlock. I really want to play more Deadlock. If I D&D Beyond not having a subclass I want to use on there, that's crazy. D&D Beyond. Build a character. Shut up. I want to build a character. Just sign in with my fucking Google, sure. Sure, that one.
Wow.
12 months exactly. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Kev. Thank you. With the Prime, too. Oh, no. Let me do it. Meow, 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 meow. The smallest of smallest burps formed in that mere moment of mowing. But on here, because it kind of looked limited, I would believe they are haunted. I would believe it. Do, 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 it walks right through. Okay, there you go, haunted. I queued it and I also just skipped to it. I just want to look at it. I want to start building a little I don't know. I just want to build a little character. Let me look at it. Game rules collection, my character campaigns, homebrew, my dice, homebrew collection. I just want to look at library. Ooh, tiefling. Ooh, acolyte. I love that word. To buy a D&D book anyways. I do really want to buy one. I am intrigued in buying one, but I don't know if I should. Every book in the highest subscription because I can't afford to drop $30 DD. No, you're so real for that, Kai. You're so real. Fuck buying it again on D&D Beyond. Real as hell. Real as hell. I'd rather have a physical one. Because then if the site ever goes down, you don't lose it. You still have it. I'm like just looking at certain stuff. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, it's not there. Go have fun. Bye, haunted. I'm intrigued. Let's see. Ah. Animal handling. Whenever I am a druid and I am a circle of the land, I am always one with the animals. I will, however, kill that squirrel in the dirge run. No ifs, no buts. Will, because that is the funniest shit I've ever fucking seen. Broken bugbear? Yes, you should. Yes, you should. You know, I've seen a lot of stuff at the dirge runs, but I've never seen it later in the game. It's always Act 1 I've only seen stuff for. I'm very curious. Like stretch. My lung is like pinched up. But if I'm stretching a little too intensely that I feel like I'm going to pass out, I will not. My lungs are just really bad. Sorry, I had to turn so I could speak to you still while I stretch. Creatures just work very well with you. They fit you very well. Well, 14, not normally get there, but still, the bugbear can smack someone with a melee. That's crazy. I want you to know that towards the end of our BG3 run, I just pulled out the wildest cards of hello, I'm an owlbear. And I would just jump from like fucking miles away and land right on them. I fucking beat the shit out of that fucking dragon as a bugbear. Talk to it? No, I have not. I have not seen. I just got coffee on me, that's okay. Throw melee weapons? That's crazy! To throw it that far. I do love this song. I should add this to my best playlist. Where's the best? There's the best. Oh! Side note for my silly little goober. I have about 5 episodes left until I'm done with season 1 of Magnus. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's actually 6, but I'm almost there. I'm almost there. You're gonna hate it? Oh, I hate it already. The last episode I did not appreciate. I want to play D&D, wake me out. My only, like, coping mechanism is Baldur's Gate. It's the only place I can cope. You're gonna love it. I'm gonna fucking hate it. These fucking worms need to leave. I know they're after them, but like, could they like calm down? Like, I know you're trying to be spooky and shit and you're mad at them, but like, could you just like calm down, worms? Fair, but they need to calm down. Not even just leave. They need to calm down. Like, have they ever just thought about going and getting soup together? You know? Just going to go get a cup of tea? Just a whole line of worms all getting tea? Have they ever thought about having a spa day? To play D&D with y'all so bad? I want to play so bad. Why is your work gonna... Why is it when my work clears up, your work decides to be like, anyways, more? Because what the fuck? I hate it that I'm addicted. I never even played. Campaign on Discord? That's what they've been doing, Shayla. They've been doing that. They've been doing one-shots. I wanted to meet Taco. My ear gets all itchy when I have these. They're just sitting in my ear. What would you what would you like to play, Shaylin? If you've been honestly, Shaylin's probably also been at work. No lie, no cap. I really now it's just the fucking fact of timing. I actually should probably am I allowed to edit that thing? D&D info. Wrath of Berserker. Ooh, sorry, just see what you had posted, Kai. No, it would be in planning zone. This is on here. I do like this song a lot. I'm gonna skip it right meow. Yeah. Sure. We'll see how this is. The actual... Yeah, literally. I hate scheduling things. While in Resident Evils, I'm probably gonna start... You gotta keep me updated. I say that as if you won't be in a call with me and I could just bug you as we go. Okay, I need... What if... Now, this would be a very ballsy move because it would deal with a lot of people's, like, availability. We just make a giant shared calendar somewhere. Google is the easiest one, but I don't know if there's another place we can do a shared calendar where we put our availability so that we can constantly update it, you know? Fuck yeah, I want to hear about the bear folk. Because I've never... Honestly, whatever the fuck shared calendar could work, to be honest. Yeah, because I was just about to say I need to message Mr. DMO sliding. Oh my god, sorry. I'm gonna like that. I like that bear gift. That bear gift is so funny. I need DMO sliding to update it because it only goes to the 10th. So we either need another post for when we're all available for it, or just something that's an ongoing calendar somewhere. So at least we know, because weekends works best for everybody. But yeah. I'll have to see. I'll message Kevin. We didn't think of that? Okay, we're smart, but we're sometimes not smart. Sometimes we think more complicated here. For whatever fucking reason. We're a little silly. Just a little silly. Hee 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 hee. I don't think I like this song. It's from Cyberpunk. Oh my god. Sure, I'll take this one. That worked for me? Yeah. I mean, I will say I am free during the weekdays. even when I do stream. I don't know. Next week I'm completely free, but because my Baldur's Gate group, we finished our run, obviously, but I have a natural highlight here that is very nice. Thank you, Cheekbones. I just looked at it, I was like, damn, I didn't put highlighter on. Thank you, Cheekbones. But there'll just be one day a week that I will be busy because we'll be doing the Dirge run in BG3, so I'll have Bald Gay nights again. Quiet is down here. It's gonna be so funny. Oh, that would be so funny. Meow. Meow. It's a pretty sad song. I don't want a sad song right now. If it gets sort of slow, I usually skip because I'm like, I don't want the vibe. That's not the vibe I'm now. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. I'm so excited for Quiet to be there because Quiet gets to be there while we're playing Resident Evil, and that's so exciting. I do actually love this song. Guess what? What? Why did your work want you to work on weekends? What the fuck? It's gonna be so good. I know, I'm waiting to hear what the guess what was. I dropped frames and I don't know why. Yesterday we didn't drop any though, so I'm happy about that. So I need to breathe. Okay, my throat isn't as swollen. It was slightly swollen on Monday.
Hydrate, you bastard!
Not the out of gas. I'll drink actual water. Not the out of gas. It be that way. Okay, this is what I need. And getting the Resident Evils ready. Oh my god, I've been playing Unpacking. That's just a note. Also, I beat a little to the left, but I need to complete it. I have a couple that I need to go back. I think there was like 2 that I didn't fully complete. Then of dice, never used before, to see if there's something fishy with the bear dice because they're rolling too good. You're so real for that. Me with this dice, because I'm like, I don't think I ever actually want to use this big dice because it seems like it only rolls bad. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. It got a 9. And a nat 1. So you're so real. It's just like, this is too good to be true. Why is it rolling so good? That's suspicious. Oh, I got a lot of shot. Why are we playing Resident Evil? Resident Evil's up there. Is it too warm in here? I think that's what it is. When it gets too warm, my lungs don't work and I can't breathe as well. So I sacrificed my warmth for, what is this? Cold. I need to appreciate my wife. Flashlight. There's a Demogorgon cereal. Oh yeah. So there was no secret episode for Stranger Things. Perfectly fine. Didn't expect them to do that as a side note. So I was getting everything's ready. If anybody wants to know the production things that were so terribly wrong on that, I can tell you. Because that's fucking crazy. They're just actually like shitty production people. And I don't even think that's production. Like, I don't know. There's so many levels that you have to go through to let that pass, and they just let it pass. They didn't even try to correct it. Crazy. One time for D&D? And some more. Oh my god, yes, you used to do the readings. Agony. Man, Doc, even for movie nights then, because we usually do movie nights on like Saturday, we ended up doing it on a lot. We should do that, so you won't be able to do that either. New episode on Valentine's. That would be so funny. 25th and maybe the 24th later in the day. Okay. We'll figure it out. It was 2 a.m. movie nights. We gotta do Friday night movie night then. I literally have pictures of my computer every time we did movie nights. I should post them. That was always so fun. I loved movie nights. But yeah, I don't want to spoil anything for Stranger Things. It's still worth a fun watch. It's still a cute ending, and or it's a really fucked up ending. Because either it's actually a happy ending or they're actually fucked. Got to spend the evening with my friends. That's so cute. I love that. I will take a note of that then, Kai. Yes, quiet. You have no ifs, no buts. Whenever we do the Mummy movie night, I don't care where you are. I don't care what time it is. You are sitting there and you're watching it. Not actually talking? Might be fine. Oh, old man. That's fair. You are old man and you do like sleeping at a decent time. That is fair. As you should. Honestly, as you should. You usually wake up early for work. You have earlier day work. Yes, boss. That's what I thought. You will be there for the Mummy. Watching. He has no choice. Exactly. I don't care if it's after you visit Kind, you have seen the Mummy already. You are sitting there and you're watching it again. You need to make up all the times, all the years you have missed watching it. You have to make up for it. Not the fucking party. Oh. Okay. My little goober, it's been an hour. I'm not tired. I just can't breathe. Oh, this is Evangelion. Okay, we're pausing that. That's a squirrel. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. This should still be slightly part of it. Not sure. We're gonna start up the game. So whenever you're ready, Kai. If you're happy, of course I will. I'm Resident Evil. Resident Evil 7. Ah, yes, Biohazard. I still call it Biohazard. I won't lie. I still do call it. We'll miss you, Junior. We'll miss you. I don't know where I drop frames. Like, I don't know what part of my computer dropped the frames. Did they, like... Was there, like, the computer, like, running? Like, the little workers of the computer were, like, running with the frames in his hand, and it fell like little Pepe, and then it's all spilled. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, passion.
Hello.
Where is... Let's just levitate you down.
Ah!
You were floating. You in the sky.
You're flying away.
You're flying away. Oh, you're perfectly
It's
on
my
top.
quiet tales. I miss them a lot.
Oh. It's okay. It's
Me
okay.
and Quiet have been in VC all day.
Oh.
Genuinely, I woke up. He was at work, and we decided to voice call and just hang out all day.
What a good day. What a good day.
I miss my quiet tales.
I miss my quiet day. I miss him a lot. Like frantically up. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Ow.
Ow, wow, wow,
Ooh.
wow.
Did it work?
It did.
Ow,
And my sound is already connected.
Yay.
The game is slightly broken. Why'd I hit cancel?
The game is... it's Resident Evil. The game is always slightly broken.
So right. I love this opening.
It's so cool.
The song
That's
that they
really
did for this, Go Tell Aunt Rhodey, is so good.
I will have to trust you.
I like locked in. I haven't actually sat and watched that in a while. Anyways, my game is slightly windowed. That's why it's broken.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why.
That's not too bad if you can still see everything.
Yeah, and it's just because I tapped out and then it decided to go windowed mode. Full screen. I do need to get used.
Also, sorry that I will be coughing a lot. I'm under my appointment and she was ill, but she was forced to come in anyway. So now I'm a tad bit ill. So yeah.
It's okay.
I
It'll
might
be
be
that way.
dying.
You should be excited, Quiet. I love this one so much. So preference for this. Actually, I don't know the dates. Hold on, let me look up the dates. Let me look up Resident Evil games years it take place. Somebody show me a picture of the timeline of this. Timeline? Wow. Okay, well, yeah, I know that's the timeline, but like, give me exact.
Have you considered?
So the last game, Resident Evil 6. Wait, then okay, is that right or is that? Oh, I like this better.
It's left.
It has left. Okay, this says Resident Evil 6 took place in. What am I talking about? Wait, I actually have this written down. Hold on.
Yo.
I forgot. I was gonna do a whole PowerPoint. So I legit.
You're gonna do a whole PowerPoint?
We were gonna have a PowerPoint night with my friends of our favorite game series, so I literally like I have a whole bunch of stuff written down. I did the whole first train section of Resident Evil 0 and I wrote it down. Anyways, so Resident Evil 7.
Can you do that but just sit me down? Just sit me down there. And just blast a PowerPoint presentation at me?
I can, because I have all the notes here. I have the movies, the manga here. I have all the games in order, and then I have all the characters and supporting characters. And then I have, like, in Resident Evil 0, I have, like, certain characters highlighted that are dead or still alive. I got you. Probably invested. Oh,
thank you. You know what?
Okay, so, the last game that we played was Resident Evil 6. And so that takes place in 2012, 2013. Because there's the back and forth. The beginning of it when we had Finn. When we lost Finn was 2012. No! And then the current day China mess. No! I know, my boy! Do a PowerPoint on that. Oh my god, you should do a PowerPoint on Mass Effect. You should.
Anyways. Can I do a PowerPoint?
You should. Or like, what else would work for you? Beastie Ball would also work.
Beastie Ball. I was playing that earlier.
Yeah, I saw. That's why I'm like, Beastie Ball would work.
Beastie Ball is fun. I gotta actually go into the VCs here and like stream Beastie Ball at some point.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so that's the internet also says that Revelations 2 actually was during 2013, 2012, but I don't know. Either way, the last time that we see a lot of the characters, also we never played Revelations, so we're just gonna. That just has to deal.
Revelations doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, Revelations 1 had Jill and Chris, and it's just virus outbreak on cruise. Oh my god. Revelations 2 deals with Albert Wesker's sister and just the crazies of the Weskers.
Kev, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to make a PowerPoint on the Kingdom Hearts timeline.
Yes, you should. Oh my god. I just think of the one
on
video
the timeline
of the guy
exclusively.
of the
for like, and it's gonna be 7-hour long PowerPoint presentation.
We should have a PowerPoint night, but then we end up doing a PowerPoint
Can
stream.
we?
That would be so
Can we do a
funny.
PowerPoint stream?
Oh my god, I even wrote in Requiem already in here. I don't even remember doing that. Holy shit, that's
Hell
crazy.
yeah.
I didn't write down Dead Aim though, which was an arcade game, but it was really fun, but it doesn't have any of the main characters. Yes, I don't know what I just said. Anyways, Resident Evil 7, which we're in right now, takes place now in 2017. And we have a new selection of characters and a new type of virus, which we will see. So, essentially, fuck everybody else. We're in a new era.
Okay. Okay.
They said... What? What was that? What the... Oh, what the fuck?
Who was that? Oh!
Leader, not you again. It was a perfectly timed in between when I was talking too. Oh my god. Oh, those are the plays. That was... You did that fucking last time too, Leader. Oh, that's so funny. Whisper Sister Smash? Yes. I'm sorry, I just see Kev's do my section 3 portion of the stream. Of how fucking long Kingdom Hearts is, yeah! Oh, what did I hit? Takes place in 48 hours each of it. Oh my god, yeah, do you actually want to hear the timeline of Resident Evil? Hi, Leader, I love you. I was just so confused. Long and complicated? Fair. Oh no, did I lose my... Did this... Okay, so if I Alt-Tab... Okay. Okay. My... Oh, you're back! Okay.
Yeah, no, I muted myself so that I wasn't laughing my ass off on stream constantly.
As you should be. Oh my
Yeah.
god. God, this is crazy. So much of this game takes place during the same time. Do I even have all of them? I don't have one of them written down. But it takes place during Raccoon City. Do you want to hear?
Kev,
Oh,
your
I do have
portion
it.
of the
Oh,
PowerPoint stream is going to be 12 hours long, and that's only going to cover half of it.
You have to do the in-character depth analysis. Why did I write? Why did I write Mia down twice? And why do I only have Mother Miranda written down? Like all these characters and their connections to things, and then I just have Mother Miranda, but none of the other villains from that game. Ashley Graham! President Graham's daughter! Dude, I was gonna fucking eat this shit up. And then we never did it.
Eated the shit.
I was gonna eat it to shitted. Oh, Barry. Oh my god. Anyways, my favorite character, Barry, was in the Air Force. I forgot about that. Bowie.
Bowie was in the Air Force.
Jill Valentine is a STARS member, was in the US Army, was a private anti-bios... Jesus Christ, why so much surface? And she was also in the Basat. Chris Winfield was a star, Basat, Air Force. Oh, and Silver Dagger, which you don't know of yet. Mr. Albert Wesker is a bitch. A lying bitch-ass fucking hoe. That's what he is.
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Carlos!
I have to say, this is a very, very fun, like, menu screen.
It is very nice. And, like,
it's one of the most fun ones.
The clicks of it are very nice, too. Because it is, like, clicking, like, the buttons of, like, the tape.
So it is very nice. I do like it. There's calm music playing. It's very pretty. I'm gonna put this down now because otherwise I will tell you the entire timeline. What else do I got? What's in Kagome section? Oh,
Screw it, we're not starting 7 today. It's PowerPoint time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I wish I could redeem
7,
things.
probably 8.
Twitch browser, why do you have to
Oh,
be
no,
so
it's not
fucking stupid? It's being mean
Oh,
to
that's
me.
9. 8. So there's 8 separate games in this whole fucking franchise that take place during the same exact year.
There's good and bad endings?
Good and bad?
There's good and bad
Good and
endings?
bad. I was like, what did that sound like? Cat and snow, good and bad? Not the game
Bad
I
and
got.
good.
Oh, I was like, what do you mean? I know what you mean. There is a good and a bad ending, but I will say it's kind of like I don't think I've never done it for the first Resident Evil game. Fox talked about it a lot in his game because when he played it, because he played the OG one, and you see a lot of the different ending cutscenes you can get in that. There are so many different endings you can get, but there is a official canon one, because then if you kill off certain characters, it don't matter because they come up again. They're like, oh, okay, so that's my ending was not the canon one. They are both interesting, but I don't know. I hate my wife. We're doing this shit on normal. I'm a hit play. I don't know if subtitles
Quiet, I'm
are
gonna
on.
get
Mayhaps
you.
can I say a few words? Sarah and Kai, you're both so cool. While in love and abracate you both, hugs you both, hugs you both. You guys are the
Quiet, I'm
light
gonna
of
get
my
you.
life.
Appreciate. I appreciate you so much. I love her TTS.
I cannot
Also,
wait
this is just
to
Mia
be done with
Winters.
this babysitting
I
job
don't care about her.
and come home to my loving husband. I miss you.
I said I don't care that I
read that
locked
as
I
it.
you
gotta
calling
get
me
back to work.
gay.
I love you.
Gay.
I miss you so much. I'm sending tons of kisses.
Oh, well, Tony, I hope you're so cool. Also, Quiet, I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna bite you. Yeah.
Damn, her laptop, I just realized, didn't have a webcam built in. Like, she has a separate one.
Ethan. You were right. I did lie to you. I shouldn't have. All I can say is that if you get this,
Damn.
Bite you back.
stay
Liar.
away.
Can't believe that.
Can't believe it.
Fucked up and evil.
I love how she does the nice
Can't
little
be done
message,
though.
and then it's just like, fucking stay away, bitch. Shit happened on that boat. Literally.
Hello?
Hey, it's Ethan.
Oh, hey. You alright? You just disappeared the other night.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. It's Mia. She's not dead, she's alive. She's back.
How?
Ow,
What happened?
I don't know. Look, I don't know how, but she's
Ethan,
back. She's back somehow.
Yes.
And maybe it's a prank, but she wants me to come and get her.
Where is she?
I need music.
Dulvey,
My brain
Louisiana.
is going insane.
Ah, blah, 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 blah.
Insane in the brain.
What if it is her? I have to find out what happened.
Is that good? Is that good
I gotta
music
have
for
the
you?
Beastie Boys soundtrack.
Hell yeah.
What if I pull the Beastie Boys soundtrack?
Oh,
What if I
shit.
pull up the very beginning of the Magnus Archives?
Ugh, lovely. I love his voice so much. Oh, hi, Mochi. That was creepy.
Mochi's so baby.
She is. Except yesterday when I saw a singular flea on her and I said banishment.
No.
He has a cute little face. Okay,
Bites the
Mochi,
flea.
you still are extremely dirty though. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually bathe you later. Oh. Okay, she's descending onto me. I was gonna politely move her, and then she descended down. Dude, you got police shit on you. Just looks like dirt, but like, I know what that is. I know where you've been sleeping in the closet. That's it.
This is the place.
I love Ethan's face. He's
Where's
so
my
cute.
pirate music?
As a little background, Ethan is most literally an IT guy. He's just some guy. He's just some dude.
Oh, he's just some guy.
And so
Okay.
Mia
He's just a
Winters,
little guy. Got it.
his wife. Honestly, they don't even feel like they're married. They just feel like boyfriend, girlfriend. But his wife disappeared.
Doc,
And
you're
so-
not allowed to do that.
Illegal. Illegal. You're not allowed. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Doc, I will fight every issue that you're having.
Yeah. Well, I am gonna have to remember some of these controls because they're a little different. Okay, tap does that. Oh, look, we can, Whoa, oh, Jesus Christ. My sensitivity. Yeah, Mia Winters. Okay, so she sent that loving message, and then she sent the stay away message, and then she literally disappeared. She was on a boat, and she literally disappeared. How many times have you played this game now? This one,
That's kind of rare.
probably like 5 or 6 times. 5 or 6 times. This one,
Doc,
not as
I
much.
care about you too much. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to do that.
D&D is
cry.
fun. You can do that, Doc. You're allowed to do that one.
No,
Wanna
he
visit
can't even do
Louisiana?
that because of work.
You're right, but at least that one's allowed. That one's not illegal. The other one's illegal. Mochi, could you move your little tail? She moved it back.
No.
Back, yeah. And then, so his wife goes missing. And then, out of nowhere, he gets this little message. Dovey, Louisiana, Baker Farm, come get me. And he's like, oh my god, it was a prank. She wants me to come pick her up. Sir, your wife went missing. That's suspicious as fuck. Why you lying, Sarah? I ain't lying. Anyways, that's Mia. That's most for sure supposed to be Ethan in the cutoff, but that's not what he looks like at all. Ethan is literally just this random
We
IT
like
guy.
ever see his face.
We do see his
At this
face.
po- at the- Okay, that's good.
Not in, especially in this game we don't, but in Village we do get to see a little bit. But also he's just some guy. He's just, he ain't special. He's just some guy.
Damn. You're
He's just some
right,
guy.
but like, damn.
Me just trashing. Headless body. Just smashing, just like actually just headless. So no head.
Yeah. Damn, no head.
I need to get some of the secrets so I can get some extra
That's
stuff.
fucked up in the ball.
Oh, Sewer Gators. I still hate the name of this. Join us. No, thank you. Don't want to. Accept her gift. No, thank you. Don't want to. You don't understand any of this yet. Do you see hints of it in Village?
No,
Yeah.
I'm understanding now. Okay.
And especially once they did the, third person point of view. I couldn't remember. I was like third point of view. I was like, there's a word I'm missing in that sentence. Okay, but how the fuck does he disappear? Like, he walked into that dirt wall. Also, we're in literally like the fucking
He's just a little
bayou
special.
swamp. He is. He's a little special. This story honestly makes me really sad. We'll cover that at a later time. Hello, crows. Can I have some? No? Okay. Oh.
No.
Okay, C. I have to remember C is crouch and not control, because control is the goop soup. But the good mic sounds so great in speakers. Feels like I'm wearing headphones. Fuck yeah! I love the sound of that. Thank you for saying that. Let me not do. Oh, bye. You gonna jump down? Can I wipe you with baby wipes? She's gonna kick and scream.
No.
That. Yeah. She's gonna get stuff all over my desk. I just cleaned this, me. Well, no going back after this.
And Ethan still thought this was a good idea. Driver's
Like,
license.
he's just a little silly, okay? He's just a regular guy.
He's just a
He doesn't
regular
know
guy.
right from wrong. He's just a regular guy.
Yes, they're also from Texas. But now we're in Louisiana. So we're from Texas. His wife went missing, and then he got a message.
Okay.
I'm in Louisiana. And he's like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Just misses his wife. He does miss his wife a lot. He is a golden retriever. Also, Kev, you're so right. It does fuck me over, but it's really good for canceling.
Good for the economy.
It's good for the economy. I want to go on the swing so badly. I want to go on the swing. I want to enjoy this game, but I hate this game a lot.
Damn.
He also has a weird flashlight. I won't lie. Oh god, I hate how dark this game is. And he's not packing heat. I'ma be honest, Mr. Ethan Winters ain't ever packing anything. Oh, it does. But what's in the main? That's a little girl in the picture. Okay.
No, he's just a bit stupid, okay?
Yeah.
He's just a bit stupid.
Yeah. I can't lie with that. Like, but I mean, he ain't packing anything. He's just a little special. Over 20 missing in 2 years. If I saw that, I'm immediately gone. Honestly, I'm not even... After the thing we crawled through, I'm gone.
Ah, fuck! Fuck!
I love going through these things. Delicious crow. Yeah, yum, fresh food, exactly. Look, this is so fresh. I don't need to be going through these things, but I need to show you every single thing. For no lights? It is perfect for no lights. Ah, moss. How lovely. I might close that. I don't need to go up there right meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Oh my god, the one scene that... Oh, that's
Meow.
Mochi. I just heard scratching, but it's Mochi.
Meow.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, a cryptic photo of my wife. Cryptic photo of my wife's legs. Meow.
Bite it.
Meow, meow, meow. 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 Meow, meow. Damn, no music. Petition. But I would love to... Yeah. Truth be told, the main baker's house, once we get there, that shit's beautiful. Except after the wall, kinda... The family looks so happy, though, I won't lie. It's very sad. Looks like the owners... Yeah, it does look like the owners. I need to find the VHS tape. Hi, welcome back, Mochi. Especially the front entrance part of that house. Gorgeous. This was blocked off, yeah? I don't know why I'm scared, because I forget the orders of which things happen. I won't lie. Mochi, could you, like, move? Oh, okay. Or just sit there. Okay. Ah, there we go. Oh yeah, instead of a typewriter, it's a... whatever this is.
Something.
I don't know why. I couldn't remember the name of it for a second. I was like, whatever the fuck this is.
Paper.
Yeah. My grandpa literally had one. Recent memories if you need help? Nah. It's all good, Kev. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Let's do the fun thing. Tape recorder like that? I can see the one from my grandpa's house. They're like, house, June 1st. Rehearsal! Ooh, I hate that.
Who? Where did you find this
Excuse
guy? Give me a break, Pete. Hey, I only
Where
work with
is it
professionals.
here?
Speaking of which,
I
make
believe
sure the
it's
sound is
behind
right this
the-
time. I don't want a repeat of Amarillo.
That was 2 fucking years ago.
I don't do ADR.
Should be behind here.
This new guy? I'm not feeling it.
Again?
Just don't be surprised if we have to make a
Remember, there
change.
was-
New
It's
plan.
fucking hitting this
We
thing.
do a walkthrough of the inside first, then we shoot the intro.
I
Just like
forget
we all
where
do.
it
Sometimes you
is.
just gotta hit
Try
that.
to say the show's name this time, okay?
Yeah,
problem.
you're entirely right.
Tonight on the sewer theater.
Oh my god, I
worthless
really can
fucking
just hit
kid.
this.
Happy?
Ecstatic.
Meow, 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 meow. That song's stuck in my head. Man, there is a coin here that. Oh, there it is. The search is freaking Dolby effect. I like my little money worth.
Are we rolling? All right, let's go.
My little money worth?
Meow, meow, meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Get
Meow,
out of the
meow,
way.
meow, meow, meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
It's locked.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
After you.
Meow, meow,
Meow,
meow.
meow, 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 meow.
Oh, what?
So, why are we
Every
all this
time I see a tape recorder, I get flashbacks
What's the
to the
prep?
Magnus
Shitty
archives.
house, spooky sounds? Ooh, is it
Especially
haunted?
like the little sound of it, the choo-chung. How good is
Fuck
that, dude? It's so
I was an
good.
anchor, you know?
Hi, Jobby.
Weekend sub, Pete. Not anchor.
What's that?
Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Except I hate this beginning part, but because I have to like literally wait
What's
for
the
the
story,
mom.
Andre?
Abandoned farmhouse.
Jordy,
missing
I am
family, foul play suspected.
On episode, oh
usual.
god, what episode did we get to? Quiet, like
long you say this place has been abandoned?
131,
3
132.
years.
I hope so, Doc. I hope so.
Clancy,
Soup.
get a shot of this. Let's make a
Inside
great
soup.
cutaway.
Soup.
So,
My little bear is
Hillbilly
a
Joe and his
nowhere.
family go missing.
Not
And
hillbillies,
quiet,
the
too.
Bakers. Jack
They
and
both
Marguerite
knowers.
Baker.
Yeah, I've been taking
They were
quiet
not
on
backward.
a ride.
A lot of bad rumors about their son.
Yeah, we've
Lucas.
just we finished
That's
131.
Oh, excuse
We're
you.
now on 130
Ah,
entombed.
shit. I know I should have worn my good shoes. Oh, shit. Glad I had my shots. Although, this would make a great backdrop.
How am I
Andre,
holding the camera
what do
in
you
my
think?
teeth? I forgot about
Andre?
that. Ghost sightings in the
Andre?
bayou. Oh yeah, we're in the fucking bayou.
Andre! Clancy, you see where Andre went?
I said that earlier, but I'm like,
Hell
yeah,
yeah,
we're
we
officially in the bayou.
Mm-hmm.
Flashback to my
Where is
therapy.
he?
No, Doc.
Unfucking believable.
Sir, if a
This is the
man was
last time I
missing in
worked
this
with that guy.
house, I would be more
I mean,
concerned for my
producers,
life.
they
come
Than
and
like,
go, but a-
ma'am, I'm not
a good
working with this
cameraman
guy.
like you,
I
Clancy?
think he's fucking
You
dead.
stick with me.
I'm sticking with you. Meow. Meow.
It's fine.
meow,
Sometimes they'll go missing. Sometimes they just get better.
meow. Yeah, you're entirely right.
What the fuck was that?
Mhm.
Let me in. Let me in. Let me
Did
in.
you hear that?
I did. Let me in. Open the door. Open the door.
Mhm.
Open the door.
Yeah, but you know.
Andre!
Why that shit ain't load?
Where
I
the
want to
fuck
see
is
what
he?
that gif is.
Is it the gif?
Yeah, it's a fucking smiling friends gif.
Andre, where are you, man?
Bless you.
Thank you.
I don't know why I said it like that.
Oh, tummy's all messed up. Actually, my tummy's getting better. Who the hell that? Oh, wow, thank you too. Why? I hate it. Oh, what was the
What
one
the
that
hell?
I listened to last night while he's doing this? I literally can't move forward until this guy moves forward.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I'm gonna force Quiet to listen to more of it
Alright, new
tomorrow.
deal.
I really want to listen to more of it.
Find Andre and we go.
Oh.
I mean, fuck this show.
Opened right here. That's
I'm
fair.
quite quiet. We're gonna listen to more of it tomorrow.
Oh, anatomy class. That's the one that I just listened to. I did not appreciate that
Oh, I
one.
hated that one.
Yeah, I didn't
The
appreciate
teeth
that.
in the apple.
Sorry, you.
Did you know you can get official merch of teeth in an apple?
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'll let somebody else
I
get it
know,
because it's so
right?
cool.
You first.
Oh, you first.
Need a nice
Thanks,
hero
sir.
shot of me coming down the ladder.
I
So,
hate this part of
I
the game
just wanted
so
the
much.
First.
They brought out an official U2's plush the Magnus Archives did, and
What
I
do you
really
see?
wanted it.
What is it?
Hey, look, I found our friend. He's kind of levitating. I don't know how he's
It's of
levitating
the-
like that.
Do you know the Admiral? The kitty.
Oh,
It's sold out, and there's a kitty called the Admiral. It's sold out, and I'm sobbing.
not the kitty. Bring back the kitty.
It was Orange Kippy.
Jesus.
Orange Kibby. Oh. Okay,
Mhm.
I need to stay locked. Stay locked. Anyways, so.
Yeah, lock in soldier.
Oh, let me do this. I need to go back and get stuff. Isn't the kitty yet? Yeah. I'm almost done with season 1 though, Jordy. I'm on
I think
35. I have not run into kitty.
you should be. Let me pull up the list. I need to see.
Oh dear God! That's the one that I
need to see if you've heard
So
of the Admiral.
people. Oh, let me see swamp people. Hot? Yes. Rio, I hope you're good. How's stuff you? I be good. I be good. How has your New Year been, Rio? I almost said New because of New Year's. And cockroaches. Oh, hi, Goober. You're coming in at a lovely point. Ethan's got a dumpy and is about to fall through this ladder.
Yo.
He's just too thickums and breaks the whole ladder. Truth be told, the bottom part was also broken.
He's too dummy thick.
He's too dummy thick. The claps of his ass are alerting Mr. Baker. I don't know why I'm exploring this as if I've never seen this before, but like... I am. Two alive? Well, that's good. I'm glad you're alive. I hope you did
Yeah,
well.
no, you've at least heard of the Admiral. Episode 16, Arachnophobia.
Oh my god, his cat? Yes.
His cat.
Okay, yes. I have.
Mm-hmm.
So only the one time, but yes, I have.
Yes.
I do like that kitty.
Mm-hmm.
I do like that kitty a lot. That kitty was so sassy, just like the way he just. Oh, sorry, I forgot the water bubbles. I should get out of this water. The way the kitty's just
Maybe
he
that might
described the
help.
look from the cat, just like, good luck, buddy. I'm sorry for you. Real as hell. Oh. Get out of here, gross. Anyway, so that's one of the guys from the show. He was just cooking down here, marinating in
Yeah.
the soup.
Can he not do that?
I've never actually looked at these posters. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Baker just left him there to cook. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you have to like drop everything? I just looked at this picture and it reminded me of Alan Wake.
Hello, Goomba.
Wahoo!
Wow, 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 wow.
I would love to have to add bubble. Ow, wow, wow.
Mm-hmm.
It's my
Ow,
wife!
wow, wow.
Okay, gotta get to my wife. Dead, turn, dead, turn, dead, L.
L.
I love just the L.
L.
L. I gotta save my
Well, that means
wife.
they ain't turned, they ain't dead.
Yeah. They're losers. Oh.
Damn.
My wife! It's my wife!
Mia.
It's,
Oh,
it's
thank God I found you.
Oh, is it
It's
your
me.
wi-
It's Ethan.
Ethan?
Is she alive?
Ethan?
Are you all right?
You
Yeah.
shouldn't be here.
Unfortunately, she is
What
alive.
do you mean? You contacted
Uh-huh.
me.
Oh, sorry, I'm not
No,
looking
I
at you, Mia.
wouldn't.
How?
Did I? Did anyone see you? Did he see you?
Hey, who else
Oh,
is here?
he for sure
What the
did.
hell's
As
going
soon
on?
as I
Daddy's
parked.
coming. We need to go.
Daddy?
We need to go now.
I love the way Ethan says, Dad? He's like, huh?
Kill her right, meow.
Where are you
Is she
taking me?
high? No, she's just a little
Someplace
special.
safe.
Are you gonna tell me
I
what's
love when
going
you
on?
don't stand in the frame. She just
Baby, you've been gone
Doesn't
3
look at you.
years.
3 years? Has it really been 3 years?
I forgot how long it's been. She went missing for
Oh my-
3 years, and then he thought, "Oh my god, she just wants me to pick her up."
3?
Yeah,
3?
Ethan's not well.
Ethan, honey.
And that's why this game is so
Ethan.
stupid, because it's like, Ethan... What?
Girly.
This is 7, so it's Biohazard. It's the first of Ethan Winter's story. Yeah, he's not a
What
little
is this
stupid, he's a
place?
big stupid.
What'd they do to you?
Not now. We need to get out of
Oh,
here
thank
first.
you for the kiss, Mochi. Okay, you're gonna sit right there.
I think it's this way.
Let me let Mochi out. Do you want out, Mochi? You can't get the... Oh. Okay, bye. This one is not co-op. Oh yeah, nothing suspicious
I'm
happening
surprised
here.
that 6 was like 5 and 6 were like exclusively co-op.
It was a...
Well, not exclusively, but like
Mia,
you know what I
we
mean.
have to
I
talk.
guess because Revelations
message you
2,
sent.
which
Not me.
came out around the same
That
time
wasn't
too,
me.
But you did.
also
I
was
didn't.
Okay,
co-op.
fine. Just tell me what's going on.
But they
I'm
started doing a
telling
lot of
you
co-op games,
everything
and then they
that I
stopped
know.
again. Big co-op boom. Yeah, because
We have
Revelations
to go
2
this
was
way.
2 stories and co-op. Game, not co-op. Nobody really wanted that. It's more solo
Mia.
play.
She
Solo.
is
sure
walking
you know where you're
really
going?
slowly.
Yeah, she is, and I can't walk
Families bring
forward.
me food through
I
here.
can't go past her.
I remember.
I'm forced to just sit here. Yeah, Mia, you remember it, so like, hurry up. Okay, come on, wife. Come on, wife. To play with my cousin? That's real, real as hell.
There. It's there.
Well, open the door, Mia.
This is it.
I don't know if she knows how to open a door anymore.
I remember this room.
So real for that.
There's another door here. I'm sure of it. It's not here. It's gone. It's gone.
Oh, I love this first like little hint.
We're gonna be a family. Now that you're here.
No, we ain't, Mia. I don't know who the fuck you are.
There's another door here. I'm sure of it.
There's another door. I hate this doll. It's Mia's doll. And then we have another little girl up here.
Yeah, I don't think you're well.
Yeah, Mia, you don't look well. Why are you looking down? Real. Let me move Mochi. Okay. She moved herself. She gave me the most sassiest meow.
Meow.
Mia?
Exactly. You're family now that you're here.
Mhm.
Yeah, literally, no, I'm just leaving. God, there's a big spoiler that I can't say, and it's stuff that doesn't apply to Village, and I'm so excited to get to that.
Ooh.
Because his story continues.
I
in
know you can't say
Village.
this to me, but I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
I'm so. Oh, does it? Is it? Okay.
Yeah, because Village is the continuation of Ethan's story.
Mm.
Village is so
Okay.
fun. Guest house back. That's really... This guest house is honestly really nice. First of the goop, second of the goop. And now I need to remember to not press control until I need it. Does the phone ring now?
Ba-ding, ba-ding.
I forgot how scary this game is.
Yeah, what? This game is a lot. I feel like they amped up the ambience in this game a lot more.
Oh, I forgot about this part. As to describe to you, there was knocking, and then the rain was going, and now the rain has stopped. Oh my god, I forgot about this scene!
It was quiet in your walls.
It's quiet.
He said so. It was quiet in your
Quiet,
walls.
are you down these?
That's that basement?
Oh, I forgot how that sounded. There's just a growl. I know what happens, but it's truly horrifying. Because they make you walk slower down the stairs.
Oh.
Oh, I hate it. It's just Mia. It's just my wife. Oh, she's ill. Hi, wife. Oh my god, she's a little sick. Don't worry about her. Oh, the door. Ow.
Oh.
My head.
Oh.
Hi, wife.
The fuck was that?
Okay, resist. Do I have to hold? I don't remember all the buttons. Truly. Oh, don't worry about it. It's just my wife.
Wait! Wait!
He just holds her face.
I don't think that's your wife.
I hate this fight because, like, it's just a knife. Oh my god, and he's just, like, holding the knife. Oh.
Uh-oh.
I can hear her.
I love this part, though. I love this
I
part.
can feel her clawing her way back inside of me. Get out! Leave me alone!
Just like, sweetie, are you okay? What's wrong? You need some ibuprofen?
I deserve this.
Ibuprofen? And then she just knocks herself out.
The fuck are you, Mia?
The fuck are you, bro?
What the fuck?
I don't want to use my... Okay, fine. You're telling me to use it. Oh, I can't cancel it down.
What the fuck
You
was
stay
that?
right there, Mia. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Okay. Yep. Hello. Oh, why did she grab my hand like that, though? Bitch, I am trying to leave you.
Okay. Gully. Gully, you okay?
Okay.
I'm dead, Ethan. I can never leave.
I'm almost... Okay, it is space. I like punching her in the face.
Gully, put the knife down.
Oh, something disconnects from my computer all the time, and I don't know what it is. Well, she's gone.
Oh,
Hey,
but
Ethan,
is she?
you should take that axe again. That's probably the stupidest thing that he does. Oh, the telephone! Oh, let me go answer that. Let's honestly. Oh, I wonder who's calling the house. Let me just answer it.
Ethan, run the fuck away. Get the fuck
this?
out of this house.
What the fuck is going on?
My name's
That's what I'm
Zoe.
saying. That's what
There
I'm
should be
saying.
a way out through the attic.
Attic.
Like,
Go there. Now.
Thanks, Zoe. How fun this part is? Yeah, I love this beginning. Oh, this beginning part of the game because it's so eerie. Give me that. Oh yeah, for a fun note, I just picked up the axe from the floor, and my wife's gone.
oh,
And my wife's gone.
well, can she stay there?
Oh, I don't remember.
Like, if she's dead on the floor, I would like her to stay on the floor, please.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. She don't want to.
Like, we don't need bodies moving and disappearing. Like, no. Can she stay dead? Is
And
that
I'm just
okay?
gonna say this, like, we now have a bolt cutter and an axe. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't know why I just got scared. What the fuck is that? That's cans. Why don't we just fucking leave through the door? Like, just leave through that door again already.
Like,
I forget when she pops out.
shouldn't have even gone here in the first place.
Yeah, it's been 3 years, Ethan. You're stupid as fuck for doing this.
Ethan.
Yes,
Ethan, huh?
you may.
Get out of it.
3, 10, and 4. You're eepy. But you've had a good day.
Eep.
That is your role. Okay. Now for the best part of the whole fucking game. Where does she pop out? Okay.
It's okay.
That's why.
Before you do it, before you do everything, or get too into it, can I tell you to hydrate?
Yeah, I suppose.
Because I can't redeem things. My Twitch and my browser's being weird, and I physically don't have the option to redeem anything.
I took 2 sips for you. Now I'm gonna take a 3rd sip.
Thank you. Thank you. Always knew you were a real one.
I got you.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I'm gonna take another sip. Goomber, it be like that at work sometimes. I just want to say, last time I was at work,
the sippy police.
He is the sippy police. Last time I was at work, I ate lunch and then I came back and was yapping to the person covering my lunch, and I, no lie, probably looked like I was dying because my eyes were not staying open and I could not look at her because I just kept on blinking a lot and like struggling to keep my eyes open. I was so eepy after eating lunch. We're trying to find a hydrate. Okay, we're gonna hydrate some more. I want you to know, picture me as Ethan Winter now as a cactus, and like when you cut open a cactus, water just flows out. I would go right into this scene.
I know you didn't mean to hurt me.
Ma'am, you got something behind your back.
You shouldn't have done that!
Bitch, you hurt me.
Fucking hurt!
Oh. Okay, I just have to hold it. I do feel bad for Ethan and his hands, because they're always the ones getting abused.
Now,
why is it always the hand?
I don't know, but you gotta change that. I always get stressed doing this. My hand! It's her fucking laughing.
contain outbreak.
Contain outbreak.
Really?
Anyways,
like his hand back.
No, but we can do this. He just holds it. I want you to know, he just holds that. But like, let me just pick up my hand. You're reminding the way people in the cadre look possessed. That's fair. I am just holding my little stub up like this. Would you like a little stub? But imagine a cactus full of water, because I just drink a whole bunch and she just cut me open and just flowing out water.
He needs to put water over that. Not water. He needs to put a fucking fabric over that as a makeshift tourniquet.
Yeah, he honestly needs to do anything to it.
He's bleeding all over the floor.
Yeah, Ethan's hands just can't catch a break. I don't really need to save, but I'm going to, so I can at least start to save. Oh my god, 2020. That's when I first played this game, I think. I think I've only played this, I think 3 or 4 times. Oh, are my headphones okay?
No.
No, sometimes they just go, wow. I'm like, you're still connected. I literally...
Me too, buddy.
Only? Yeah. So I've played it once on stream, the first time I ever played it. Bring up your little nub. Oh, his nub's on the side now. He's just holding it down. Played it a second time because I couldn't do it on Madhouse because I hate this fight coming up. And then I did it a third time for sure when I did Madhouse. Ethan's hands, both of them equally get fucked. I hate going around. I hate the doors in this game. And now he's going to use a firearm with one hand.
Fine.
No.
And the worst part of this is just the fact that he only
How
has
is he
one
gonna
hand.
reload?
Oh, it takes so fucking long. It takes...
Well, yeah, because he ain't got no hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, go eat, Goomba. You need it. Get some good rest.
Yeah, go eat. Go have good eat.
I'm gonna do what I always like to do. Just collect some of these things first.
You know what? I think he deserves to have the axe back at this point.
Oh my god. Isn't there? There's one like over here. There's one that was always in an awkward place. No, there should be a healing item somewhere over here. Is this one of the games? No. There should be one more healing item somewhere, but I don't remember. Thought there was. Anyways, let's activate the scene. I forgot that I shouldn't climb all the way up. I almost just was gonna continue climbing up. I just had a mini heart attack because of that. Oh, ow. I'm really bad at aiming. She stresses me out.
I have to do this.
Okay. I don't want her to do this. I want more room.
What are you hiding?
Please come through the wall.
Girl, you were trying to leave.
Yes. I want more room in this place to shoot her.
Ethan, she's telling you to leave, so get the fuck out of there. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Entire school.
They're relying on me. Everyone is relying on me. Everyone.
Bye-bye. Who's relying? So is she to talk about how he's firing one-handed? Oh, she went through the door. Okay. Oh, it's fine. I feel like Ethan would have known.
No.
She's still coming from behind? No. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed.
leaving you.
I just missed so much. Yay! My doors are gone!
Can she please just die? Is that okay?
Oh, please.
Like...
Oh, thank God I didn't need to use those bullets. She's a lot easier to do on this one. I forget when it happens. It's a very jarring... I'm very scared, truth be told. I'm very scared. I'm sorry because it's... I need to stop saying I'm sorry. But I'm very scared because I don't remember when the scene, like, happens. Okay.
Welcome to the family, son.
I was just waiting for Mr. Baker to appear.
Huh?
Have a little over so you can look at things.
Mate, don't do
Okay.
that.
Yeah, so we just got knocked the fuck out. We just got our shit rocked.
Yeah. You know, I feel like it adds to the scene that I have like vaguely pirate-esque music on in the background.
Love that. Ethan just got his shit rocked. Yeah, that fight with Mia is super easy on normal, but then on Madhouse, you just have to hit everything perfectly.
Come on.
But the rest of the
Don't you
fights are
die on
pretty
us
easy.
now. You have work to do.
It's just that one. Oh yeah. Look, my hand's normal. Definitely. They definitely reattached everything perfectly. With a staple gun.
Perfectly.
Definitely reattached the bone.
Oh.
Yeah, Madhouse is okay. Oh, look at this lovely.
Where am I?
Sorry, the tin with
What
the
the
candle
hell?
that just said meat.
sleepyhead. It's
Hey,
time
Grandma.
for supper.
I hate how she looks at me.
Who are all you people? Where's Mia?
Eat
What
it.
is happening?
It's good.
Dumb son bitch.
We're part of the family. Oh, okay. Lucas is just a bitch. Not again, bro. You gotta stop doing that shit. Where you put his hand?
He got to have his supper.
Why does Lucas look like that?
Boy.
I don't want to eat it. I'm staring Lucas in the eyes. Oh, not anymore.
Shit, oh shit, oh shit. He's not eating it, Jack. He's not eating it.
Shut the hell up, Marguerite.
For him.
I like it.
You're a son of a bitch. Oh,
I'm a son of a bitch. Have you met your son?
he's not eating it.
This was supposed to be a very special feast.
I don't know what the fuck that is. What if I'm allergic to it? Oh, I forgot about this. I really don't know what he's. Stop looking at me like that, Lucas.
Oh, God damn it! I bet it's that
Don't like this. No.
No, it's okay.
Pigs.
Okay, they both
Fucked
leave me
up.
now.
I'm coming back for you.
I just Lucas walking away without getting his arm. Meow, 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 meow. Please close both doors. Thank you. Thank you for the privacy of Grandma. Don't try to talk to me. Bonk.
What did he even cut off?
I don't know.
Like, he
think
clearly cut off. Like.
Got out of that chair so fast. Okay. I'm not reading any of this. Just here to collect things. Did I collect an herb? Okay, gotta go fast. That was their taxes. That was their taxes. That's a lovely dinner. Okay. Please close the door. Thank you.
Is Grandma gonna wake up and try and beat the shit out of us?
I would love that. I did pick up an herb. I would love the thought of Grandma just rising up like Dracula.
I doubt it's true, but something is going to go wrong. Why is this game filling me with so much more existential dread than every other Resident Evil game combined?
This one's really fucked. Won't lie, I can't do anything there.
This is freaky.
Hi. This was like the reboot of this year.
I can tell.
I forgot about Mr. Baker. Ethan Winters. Ethan Winters. Ethan Winters. I just hate because right now I don't. Oh my god! Sorry, I just heard him stomping. Headphones. Now is not the time to go. So scary. She's gonna slowly wheel herself at you. So true, Kev. So true. Really went. They did because they went. Oh, thanks headphones for reconnecting.
They really did go hard on this one.
Hello.
But no, it's just the thought of like you frantically grabbing everything, not paying attention, and then you just look back at her and she's got her eyes open.
Grandma's gone. I'll have you know.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Why was you on that side? The table! It was a perfectly good table!
God damn! How am I gonna replace
I was going through one half of the door.
Table.
And fucking shit. That's like the stupid nemesis shit. I hate this man. I just want the key. Oh my god, you're fast as fuck, bro. You're fast as fuck, bro. I could do this so peacefully. But he's so... Okay.
Don't move!
I'm moving.
Why is he so neat?
That's a shovel. That hurts, my dude. Oh, are you gonna... Don't cut off my leg. There's a scene you can get where he cuts your leg off, and it demonstrates him putting the leg back on.
Why did he pick you up by the dick with the shovel?
Oh my god.
He just like fully picked you up.
You came to the wrong house, boy!
I tried to put the key. Ow! Oh my head. Oh my god, we get it! Yeah, I forgot about this scene. I love getting this one though. Because he literally makes you get your leg.
Hey.
This scene is so fucked when you get it. It teaches you like to use the first aid, but also like he's literally fucking with you. Not really. You kind of cut off my leg, and then we suddenly walk.
What the fuck?
It's Daddy!
Can he just stop calling himself Daddy? That would be nice.
Oh my god, I hate using the keys in this.
I just don't.
Open faster.
I just don't want it.
Wahoo. Okay, we're safe. Yeah, I don't like it either.
I can smell you.
No, you
Yeah.
can't smell me. Okay, so now I'm calm. Anyways, after the games were so action for a while, they died off because they didn't do as well. But then they rebooted it with this, and it did so good. Because it went back to really being horror. Yeah, because like
Yeah, no,
even-
these games needed to be like horror games. They didn't need to be action games with sprinkling of horror. They needed to be horror first.
And this one's so fucked.
It's I didn't know what direction this game was gonna go, and I just it's fucking with my brain every single time.
That's fair. Oh, I forgot I have a really good gun. I think I have to have that on me. Oh, I have infinite ammo. Oh my god, because I completed it on Nat House.
Hell
Maybe we actually bring that out. I've never used it.
Bring it, bring it.
Fuck yeah! Let me
We
just...
doing this for fun. We doing this for a challenge. You gotta bring it.
So right. But yeah, I love this one because they like just fuck with you. So I'm just gonna put that away. Would help so much. Yeah, for sure. I've never actually been able to use it because I have never. Let me put my antique coin away. I don't need that right now. And this game's the same as the other games where you mix herbs, but it's different because it's chem fluid. Also, when you're in this menu, enemies are still walking towards you.
Oh. Well, can they not?
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's great, isn't it? I'm going to save here.
That's just kind of rude.
And then I'm gonna let Mochi out and run to the restroom really quick. So I'm gonna full
that's
pause
good.
it. I'm gonna take out my headphones. So I'll be right back. I'll give you Nessie in a second.
Yeah. Don't fall in. Don't fall in.
There's Nessie. Mochi's playing in the litter box that's in my room. I hate her. She's just like, wow, a fun sandbox. Mochi.
Damn. This game is so fucked up. And evil. Resident Evil. I'm enjoying it, hon. It's just very fucked up. I didn't expect it after having full action with 5 and 6 and there being like very little like actual horror element being thrown into this was just no thank you. Did not fancy that. I like it. I really like it. I think this is one of my favorite ones so far. I'm not going to lie. It's very fun. Well, you can yap about it all you like, huh? I promise. I do like it, silly. Mm-hmm. I just didn't expect. I didn't know what direction they were going to go in because obviously I knew this was kind of like a soft reboot for the series and everything, as well as I knew there was going to be more in it. didn't expect them to have like the whole you've been kidnapped and into a forced family type situation. I like it. I very much like it. I just didn't expect it. Mhm. Will I love Village? I mean, I will, knowing you. If you've recommended a game to me, then I know I'll end up liking it. Mhm. Because I trust the recommendations you give me. You silly. Meow, 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 meow. Ow, wow, 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 wow. I just... You know what? That's fair, Doc. If he has been kidnapped, chainsawed, his hand was cut off, and then being forced into a family, like... I can imagine. Ah, wow, 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 wow. But are you guys doing okay, though? Oh my god, I'm in a VC? Holy shit, Ed. I never knew. I never knew I was in a VC. Quiet, did you know I was in a VC? Well, now you do, I guess. Oh my god. Thank you, Quiet. I did, in fact, join a voice call. Did you know this? I never could have guessed. Never. Never could have guessed. My drink. My diet Dr. Kelp.
Sorry, that took me a moment. I hope through
I don't know why it does, actually.
my mic.
Hello. All we could hear was, I forgot my drink, and my brain went to my diet Dr. Kelp.
I was actually talking to my brother too about Dr. Pepper.
That's the only thing that picked up was that.
I forgot my drink.
At least for me. My drink.
I went to the bathroom, and then we had to bring in furniture because I got a new shelf, so I did that. And then I was getting my drink, which I got a Lipton a green tea citrus drink. And then I was like, oh my god, Mochi's here. I'm gonna baby wipe her to get the flea poop off. And then she just sat there screaming at me, but she just sat there. She didn't move. She just sat there screaming. And then I walked back.
Discord did a funny thing that it told Quiet that I'm in a voice chat. Like, it sends notifications when you're in voice chats.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I have seen
that.
It's just letting Quiet know, like, do you know this? Did you know?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I was like, I should be getting a phone call. There it is. Got my drink. Diet Dr. Kel.
My diet Dr. Kel.
What the fuck are these?
Shut up and listen if you want to stay alive. You gotta get out of that
I love
house.
that meme
There
so
might be a
much.
way out through the main
Oh
hall.
my god.
All right.
Also because I'm trying to eat healthier.
on your
Not
wrist is a
healthier, just
codex.
like a little bit more
Don't
conscious.
lose it. It's important.
I got these Rice Crisps, but they're chocolate.
Hell of a girl.
It is so good. They're my sweet treat at night.
I really don't like the fact that you can see the visible staple. I don't like
Yeah. Do I have a knife? Wait, I have unlimited ammo. Do I need to hit them all again? Oh, those are little bobbleheads in Resident Evil 2. They're Mr. Raccoon, but once you kill them in Raccoon, once you kill them in Resident Evil 2, they disappear. And this one, I don't remember if I have to kill them all again or whatnot, or if I've just never gotten that.
Hey, quiet. Have you considered writing horror adjacent? Because you have horror on.
You should.
You write lore. Go write horror stories, quiet.
Go write horror story. What did I get stuck on? What was making that noise? There was like a little click. There's the stain on the floor from me getting my leg chopped off.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh, that's a picture of Zoe. They don't like Zoe. Ugh.
What did Zoe do?
She's a
I guess I'll
rebellious.
find out.
As the summary of it, she's a rebellious young little kid. No, not young, but she's a girl of her own mind. She does what she wants. Do I have a charm on this?
No.
Hey, you!
Oh, I completely forgot about this bitch. Hold on, I'll get you in a second. What if I go read the articles really quick and I come back and then I talk to you? Red eye.
Each night God is the revel.
Hold on, back up.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Right now!
You live
Hello.
here? I mean, is this your property?
What?
Is
Me?
this
No.
your
No.
property?
All right. Now
Hello.
we got several calls
You're so
about
cool.
some
I
missing
appreciate
persons
you.
You don't understand. I gotta get out of here.
Calm
You missed me
down.
getting my hand
You're not
and
listening
my
to
leg
me.
chopped
There are
off.
crazy people in this house trying to fucking kill me.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Let me tell you this. You don't exactly seem like you playing with a full deck yourself, all right?
Are you kidding me?
Look, like I said, we've had several missing persons calls. And I can't rule out that an outsider like yourself may not be
I
involved.
love that you can tell by the sound of
I'll
like
tell you
your
whatever you
voice or my voice for
All
certain
right.
things. You can
That's
see
more
like
like
the person is
Now,
waving or
we'll
doing some
talk
sort of motion.
Hey, wait. You gotta give me your
He
gun.
just knows me too well. He drew a piece of art of me waving exactly like that.
Look, officer,
You type once, it's
Right.
gonna happen.
deputy. You want to see my name in the obituaries?
Thank you,
But
quiet.
you want to be a hero and save my life.
Very reasonable cop. Yes. I will say he doesn't seem any panicked about Ethan in a sense of like, yeah, that's suspicious. I wouldn't be
fucking
giving him my
pocket knife?
gun, but like,
Here, take it. That's all you're gonna get.
I don't know why Ethan don't show
should
him
he
his
not-
arm.
Garage.
Keep an eye
Now.
on him more? Like, surely even he does
What am I
sound
gonna do with a
suspicious,
knife?
yes, but like at the same time, he is telling you that he has been kidnapped. Surely you should keep more of an eye on that.
Yeah, I say he should be a little bit more panicked about Ethan. I would say reasonable for not giving him his gun because that's not right. That one, you know. Also, I want you to know this next fight, we really are supposed to not be having the gun that I have already, but I don't care. We don't have 3 shots anyways. It's the Albert.
Raina, I
yes,
want
I
to
can
appreciate you so much. You're so cool. It
You're
was
so
such a
cool.
wonderful fun.
I almost finished
Yeah,
that
well,
sentence with, "You're so cool, hot, and sexy." Oh my god. That's a nice cop car, though.
You're so sexy. Please
gotta
don't
get
die.
the
Yeah,
First,
you
need to
can't
tell
die.
me
You're
what
too
you're doing out here alone in the
sexy.
middle of the night.
I love this cop. He's
What
so
about
well
That's my
put
job.
together.
Why don't you do your job and tell me? Answer my questions.
You're not gonna believe me if I told you.
Try.
Hey, that's closing.
Hey, put that door back. Put that door back up. Wait!
You know, I don't know how Mr. Baker does just appear, because he just kind of appeared out of nowhere. Okay.
He really didn't. That cop really didn't deserve that.
No, he didn't. Anyways, I'm getting into
Also, how
Scar
much
immediately.
force did he put in that shovel, or did he like sharpen that shovel? Because like they're not like, granted they could hurt, but at the same time like they don't.
Don't worry about what's happening on the screen, okay?
Yeah, I'm just...
Mr. Jack Baker is perfectly fine, okay?
Sometimes, you know.
Where is he? Oh, he's on top of me.
Of your life. Hit him with your car.
I want you to know he's gone.
Well, can you come back so we can hit him with your car?
He's gonna drive with us now. Oh, he said he's gonna teach us. He's gonna teach us how to drive. I will say, I'm not even, I forgot about this.
Let's finish this, you and I.
No.
Oh yeah.
Sir, how are you gassing it? Are you gassing it? Is your feet down there? My
His
feet
little
were on
toesies
it.
are down there.
Oh, hey. Oh, he's
No,
sitting
he's
next
just
to me.
reaching down and
He's
just...
missing a finger. Oh, what got MJ done? But that.
He
Oh,
is
hey.
missing a finger.
Hey, dude, he's perfectly fine in the car, okay? I hate this fucking fight, but it at least accelerates it up. I don't know why he is missing a finger. Oh, hey, there's a gun there. Probably a little bit better of a gun.
I prefer taking the bullets subcutaneously instead of intravenously.
Yeah, understandable, Reynold, understandable.
I want to read what you said, Doc, fully. Because I do agree.
Do you want me to read it out for you?
Oh, sure. Oh.
Well, you You good? Why is he on fire?
I don't know, but I'm like close to dying, and I would just like to get up and use a goop. Okay.
Yeah, I just... I don't like that.
Do I not have a goop? Oh, I didn't have a goop. Okay. Someone who carries or demands a gun. Yeah, no, I can agree with that. Oh,
I love how he pulls it over one hand and then it somehow heals all of them.
Yeah.
Like to see some
It's
more.
goop soup.
Fuck!
Soup?
I'm sorry, the way his body ragdolls is so funny. Soup. It's good soup.
Soup.
Is there anything else to collect in here? Because we went through that fight really fast. Oh, there's the free soup.
Mm-hmm.
The way the bodies ragdoll are so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Doc, I agree. Like, yes, he probably should have been a little bit more cautious of, like, this man is saying he's been kidnapped, but why would you give a random man your gun? Oh my god. Here we go. The ragdoll is so funny. What, put that little ox down? I don't know how he's doing anything with his hand that's stapled back on. Or his leg that is just
I
gooped
don't...
back on.
Oh.
Yeah, this is...
I don't like thinking about his hand. I can't think about his hand.
I don't know why you saying that
oh.
made me think about it. I'm like, oh no, the way he just landed.
Yeah, like, it's... just...
Both of us just in pain. This is like, this game isn't super body like horror focused, like say like some other ones, but like
it's just it's just more of a case of knowing that his hand has been stapled back on, and you can see the staples. I can feel it.
Yeah.
I can feel it, and it's I don't like it.
There is like a weird amount of body horror in this, in a sense of like Ethan and his hands getting chopped off or his leg getting chopped off.
Yeah, I don't. Why?
Also, it was Mr. Baker who was.
I know why, but like.
Yeah, why? The stable's gonna fuck.
I know why, but like, why? He's just a little guy. Oh, this. Oh. Sorry.
The mid throw up, just like. Oh. No. Disgusting. Pick a body. Also, this is a normal
every
fucking
time
house.
I mention it, I start immediately covering that arm, and I just just on instinct.
Shoot me.
If there wasn't like the threat of every single, everything happening knowing the man, this would be a nice house.
Yeah, except for that door, because I don't know who locks the door with a whole statue.
That's your
like
father?
He used to be.
That
I
one's
don't know, to
Sorry.
be fancy.
He's a.
What if you
he's dead
lose
now.
it and then you lock your kid in the
You just
kitchen?
might be able to pull this off.
Or you can't get
What?
to your car
Pull
in
what
time.
off?
There's something I need you to do, but I can't explain it right now. You may need some sort of
It
keys
is so
to do it, but
spacious.
find a way out of the house.
Okay.
It's just a little
in touch.
moldy
Put
now.
out like another table in there, and it'll all be good.
Like look, this is the front door. This is
Yeah.
like the main front door. Look at this. This is spectacular.
It's so nice.
Like you got all this. We do have our
Like
special door
carving on
keys.
everything, and like.
Scorpion. Yeah. Got all
Yeah,
that. Oh, what
just
we got here?
like get a master key made, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, you should read for that. Yeah, actually.
Maybe clean up the scorpions.
Scorpion.
Yeah.
I got this specialty room. I can't take that because it will close.
Oh wait! Don't wallow in sadness.
No. Well, ice cream. I thought that said ice cream ball.
Ice
I'm like,
cream.
how are you eating an ice cream ball? Right out, get your ass back in here right now.
I actually have ice cream. Like, can I leave for a minute and go and get myself some ice cream?
Yeah, I'll stare at this
Okay.
picture. I say, but I paused the game.
Yay! I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute.
Look at this picture of this cat. What are they reading? What do they got? They killed him. Creators' rights. Insects. Wartime photojournalism. Sudden mysteries. Louisiana. Wow. Creators' rights at 2020. 2020. Does this game take place? Didn't I say that? No, I said. I don't know what time I said. 2017, 2020. This takes place during 2020. When does this place take? This takes place during 2021. I guess that would kind of make sense. 2020. No, I thought it was earlier. Murder in Cleveland. Mounted animals. Very interesting books. Unnerving combat. Home. Just home. Living well. Insects. Accident Mr. Baker has in it. I love, honestly, besides the siblings, both Mrs. Baker and Mr. Baker's, I love their accent and how they are. Evelyn, May 2nd, 2014. Should wait for Kai. Quite a nice house though, especially like this, like that window to what you would be able to see the outside is spectacular. Would never want to clean those, but even this side, like that is, this is a fucking huge house. Same as New Orleans, that's fair. New Orleans is a rough time, but it's definitely one of those places. Oh, we're gonna pause it right there. New Orleans is definitely a place that you gotta at least visit once. And I got a bad ending on my first. Is this like a reoccurring theme of Karlach? Of when Karlach says, "Hey, soldier," and you just crumble? Did you crumble for? Did she get you? But that's real as hell. Real as hell. I want to visit. Yeah, I want to visit once at least. I have a mug from New Orleans because my friend had gone a couple years back now. It's really cute. It's a voodoo mug. I want jambalaya, bro. We usually get this box mix of jambalaya, then you just add whatever meat you want, but I love it so much. We don't have it right now. I need to go buy a new box of it. Jambalaya, so good. I have been adding Kraft mac and cheese. Whenever I make that, I add Cajun spice. It's really good. Sounds like Rogue. And they, yeah. Nah, you're real for that. You're real for that. I do concur with that information.
Ah, wow, wow, wow.
Ah, wow, wow. Look, it's Grandma.
Ah, wow, 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 wow.
It's Grandma. Anyways, we looked at this picture.
Yay!
And it says Evelyn May 2nd, 2014. It's a child. So we're gonna go over by Grandma. Oh, they got a pumpkin in there. Trick-or-treating pumpkin. Hey, Grandma. Oh, she's just kind of staring at us. Oh yeah, her head does actually follow us. Bye, Grandma.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Grandma, can you not?
Why does Ethan... Like, Ethan doesn't know his name. But, like...
Does he not know his name?
I don't know, but he's like, maybe it's Daddy's hobby. Why? Sorry, you don't need to be calling him that. You don't need to be calling him that. Can spawn almost anywhere. She has a couple of set, like, spawn... Not, like, spawn points, but it's, like, the setup scripted spawns. I love it. Missing a finger? Did I misunderstand?
I don't like the fact that Grandma can just sit there and stare at you.
Yeah, she's kind of stares. I don't want to do the other
Did you know?
Cassette. So I don't think we're gonna do not cassette, VHS. So we're not gonna do that. Yeah, but yeah, Jack Baker just didn't have
it was
where's the storms coming?
Index?
Yeah, at least it might have like faced.
Yeah.
Finger though. Ethan's missing a lot of things, and a lot of it is his brain.
Ethan's missing a lot of things.
Got gunpowder, but I don't really need that. Pendulum. We have the VHS and we could do it. Marguerite. Move that piece of shit hippie we caught from the hall to the processing area.
Why do you need to be processed?
I know he gotta be processed.
Fucked up.
Oh, I forgot we could see Marguerite out here. She has her lamp. Oh,
yo,
how was your job,
ky3len? Yeah.
I should actually pay attention to my surroundings and not just watch Mother down there. Oh, I don't need handgun ammo. Do I have any other ammo in my pocket? Okay.
Can I eat the ammo? Is that okay?
I could try. I hate that I don't have pockets. The safe room's back over there. Let me just go back down. If I hit that room, it's gonna trigger stuff. Gotta do more cardio. I feel that very much. Yep, Grandma's still there. I need to do more cardio so that I can get my lungs better. My lungs need to be better. Where's it? There it is. 20 coins. Grab a drink. Okay. Safe travels to the drink.
Yeah, don't fall in.
Oh my gosh, sorry. Magnus Archives talk.
Magnus Archives.
I need to see if I still have the episode list up. Oh, I can. It's just look. I need to put shit away. I got too much shit in my pocket, so we are walking back. Oh, they have the cover of Toxic.
Oh, Magnus Archives is fucked up.
It is.
And evil.
It was the hunting one. I want to get the name of it though. I really need that.
Oh.
That can stay. I have 2 right now. I'm gonna put that away.
Okay. I can pull up the name. I have YouTube music open.
I have it.
I coincidentally I have it open.
Oh, it's called First Hunt. It's called First Hunt. That's crazy. That one, as soon as he said what mountain range he was going to, I'm like, oh, you're fucked. This ain't spooky. I just know you're fucked. That's stupid. I'm cardio for y'all.
Yeah.
You said, Grandma, I'm back to trigger scenes.
There was one at the beginning that we had to skip, which was 15.
What is that
Lost
one?
John's Cave.
Oh, I love the audio recording at the end of that one.
Yeah.
Like the video, but it's only audio.
I had to skip it.
No, that's fair. That one.
I had to skip. Yeah.
I cannot believe that. I don't need that. Do I have more space in my pockets? Don't pick it up. I don't need it.
I do in fact have a fear of the underwater.
I am under the water. Help. But also, like, I can't believe people do that, like, cave diving to begin with, but then water diving?
No.
What the fuck?
No, not allowed. Illegal.
Mia. Ethan, please watch. Please watch this. Oh, we're watching it.
You know what? Fuck it. We're putting episode 1 back on.
I can't expect anything from you. Not after what happened. After what I did.
Yeah, I did not remember that chick's name from the first episode.
That wasn't me. I don't know what happened.
Oh, this is newly recorded, Mia.
There you are. You gave us quite a scare, young lady.
She would say, I don't. Oh, I hate this one. That's okay. She said, I don't know what happened to me, but it wasn't me who tried to kill you.
I mean, I think it was girly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She said, it wasn't me. I don't know what. Oh, fuck. I forgot. The biggest trope of them all. Scary little girl. Oh, she actually disappeared now. Biggest trope of them all, but I cannot lie. Oh god, I hate it. It got darker. I hate the bugs. I like. We do love it. Oh.
No, I get it. It's a horror game. Hating the bugs is normal.
Oh my god, I forgot I have to be sneaky.
I need to hide. I need to hide.
I should say locked in. I forgot about this VHS tape. Outside of some underwater caves that warn not to enter them.
And feed you.
Picture of the Grim Reaper. Yeah, I don't know how people, even cave diving itself, especially the small, like, skinny. If you walk into a cave that's big and open, okay.
I don't understand you at all. This is a gift.
Like big open cave that you just walk in and you can walk out. That's a little different.
This house has seen more than you can imagine.
We'd have to hide from this bitch. I think I'm safe. I don't remember. She should be gone in a second. Posted? Freak yeah.
I know you and Zoe are plotting. I know you were scheming.
Oh,
Think
Mia
I
and
don't know
Zoe
what you
be
want to do with
plotting?
that boy, Ethan.
What do they want to do with Ethan? What they trying to do? I don't know. I'm trying to argue with her. I'm just gonna stay in my hut hole. I do love there's extra content in this game, and it's just like certain areas we'll see later, but there's more VHSs that you can play basically. And it's really cool getting to play it because then...
No, don't come over here.
Don't come over here. Mia, don't say that. Mia, I didn't move. I don't know what. Shut up. I got scared. I think I was supposed to go inside, but now I'm too scared to move. She's turning red. I may be fucked. I haven't played this VHS in a while.
No.
No, I'm good. Okay.
Silly.
You're supposed to.
I'll feed you to my babies and fertilize the garden with what was left.
I need her to fucking leave. Miss you.
We open our
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
We open our hearts. And what do you do?
Yeah. Quiet. Why the fuck did you jump down a set of stairs? I'm going to get you.
I'm so locked in. I'm not locked in. I can't get the shape right.
I believe in you.
Oh, I just have to press F.
You're
It was
so
good
close.
enough.
You're so close.
I just have to actually press F. Why would you do that? Why would you do such a thing? Quiet. I was locked in, okay? And I was hearing what was happening.
Quiet. Why? What? Why do you normally jump down the last five?
You are tall as hell. So there's probably only like 2 steps to us. But like still.
Yeah, but like...
You're gonna hurt your ankles. One of these days. Okay, we should be done with this.
She loves you. She wants us to be a family, goddammit.
God, oh God, oh God.
You! All you have to do is accept her fucking
Them
gift!
long legs. Them long legs, however, that's what you are. I need to remain locked in.
We love you! Why can't you see that? Embrace us!
I think she needs to stop.
There are known unknowns here, and you are not paying fucking attention!
Okay.
No!
Yippee.
Don't fucking try to escape your share of flame! There's no way out of there, Missy!
I hate. Oh yeah, here's a picture of Mia and Evelyn, the little girl. Anyway, so she closed that. Oh, yep, I hate this part.
Where do you think you're going?
I forgot how close.
Stephen, please help me. Stephen, help me.
I just want to say that like that was just recently recorded and then left up here, and how did it get up here for Ethan to watch?
What did they do to you, Mia?
Yeah. How did Ethan find it? Why did Ethan find it?
Who put it up here?
Yeah, I know.
Who did this?
Yeah.
Okay, time for the obligatory, disgusting part of all the Resident Evil games. That they always do.
Oh, lovely.
I'm just gonna search the list of them first.
Yay.
I guess I don't need ammo, but too late. I picked it up. T-coin in the toilet. This is a really nice bathroom. They're like, this is a huge shower.
That is a nice
Anyways.
bathroom, to be fair.
Let's go on the side. The bathtub. At least we don't stick our hand in. We just drain it from the top. But like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah, but like, I don't,
Okay. The disgusting mess of God knows what. Well, yeah. Hey, Mr. Baker, I wasn't stealing anything from you.
Sure shit beats the hell out of dying.
is he still fucking alive?
Yeah, you can see.
Can he stop being alive?
And this gift is with me all.
That's what I'm fucking saying. Can I go down this way? Oh my god, I can. Where does this put me? Oh my god. Okay.
As you
I wasn't prepared for where that was dropping me.
in a word means you're fucked.
I want to go to the safe room. Okay, he's there. I really want to go to the safe room. God, he look like that. Yeah, he looks disgusting. Okay,
Yeah.
safe room music. Safe.
He looks gross. He could have gotten a hat or something.
He could have covered it up.
You know?
Can't use those yet.
Yeah.
That. I don't need 2 guns.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put that away. Okay. A nice beanie. Looks like they. No, it doesn't. Did you have your brain regenerated?
No.
And then there's quiet. No, you look handsome.
No.
Yeah, see, nothing like it.
Yeah. Doc, no, don't die. You're so sexy.
What is it? You're so cool. You're so cool. You're so hot and sexy. You can't die.
Yeah.
Okay. He was at the end of the hallway. He's just shirtless now. How I want to be? Okay, that's more fair. You don't look like that, but you're not allowed to look like that.
No.
I will
you're not
counter
allowed.
the counter. So, unfortunately, Mr. Baker is now like Nemesis in 2, where he just is now stalking. And I do need to solve a puzzle. That drops here. I just need to go out to the main hall. But I'm quite scared. I don't need a chem fluid with me. Oop. Okay. And Mr. Baker? I should pull out my gun. Oh, I hate him. He just calls out Ethan's name. If I switch to the powerful... Oh my god, it's actually there.
Oh.
I don't know if I can stun him. Oh my god, he's right there.
Can he not be?
That's what I'm saying.
Where's my little Ethan?
Your little Ethan.
I want
here.
him to. I want him to die, please. Is that okay?
Unfortunately, he never fucking does. Like he does, but like he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Okay.
You know what they say. Once family, always family.
I mean, I can loop him up top. I just need enough time to do the puzzle. And right now he doesn't... The Samurai's Edge? Yeah, it's the Albert. I changed it to the Albert, but like, yes. It should still stay.
Mm-hmm.
I can smell you.
You can't smell me.
Can he stop smelling you?
That's what I'm saying. Never fucking dies, which is honestly so sad for him.
Yeah, piggy, piggy, piggy.
We're not witnessing what I'm doing. Oh, he got a nice upgrade for a weapon.
Hell yeah.
I'm invisible, I want you to know. I am invisible. You cannot see.
No way out, you know. It won't be long before I find you and kill you.
What do you mean? It's not time for that. It's quite literally time for that. What do
It's always time for that.
I need to go back upstairs.
I
think because he's
Not
just
allowed,
circling here, it don't want
clearly.
me. Oh, yay! It's dock time.
Oh look, it's Doc
Yay!
saying the same thing again. The Samurai's Edge is based on the Beretta M9, though it has been modified just a bit. I think it has a longer barrel
You need to play
slide.
Haunting
This
Ground
one
at
has a
some point.
suppressor and
my
laser
God,
really
flashlight
like
on
it.
it.
I love that game.
Yeah! It would be so cool.
Come out, wherever you are.
So I literally can't do that puzzle while he's here.
Oh.
Thank God, I don't have to actually master that puzzle. I was like, that's good enough. I can see the image of the eagle. And it, too, said, good enough. Burp.
Who builds this shit?
Mm-hmm. I don't know,
Bird.
bro. They're carpenters.
Burped.
Burped. Burped.
Burped.
I like that the Samurai's Edge, the Wesker, the Albert one, I think that's what it's called now. Yeah, Albert 1. I love how that travels through all the games.
Hmm.
I think, yeah. Wahoo! Okay. Don't need that.
Oh my god, my friend is playing Valheim. This is what, 16 hours straight playing Valheim?
Oh.
Oh my god, what a surprise. He should be in bed.
I love that.
He should. He should be getting sleep.
Somebody inked on the couch.
He works the night shift.
Oh. Why the hell is he
Yeah.
up?
Get your ass to bed.
Get your ass in bed.
Yeah.
I love
My guy.
I don't really need those. Hello, little dear.
Like-
Hello. Wonk.
Like unless it pings whenever, like just whenever, because he's got a server open. Like,
Maybe.
that's the only reason why I can think. I don't know.
Occasionally,
Weird.
husband and wife. Husband was a success. He's the 12th. Unfortunately, the wife was no good, so we'll just get rid of her. They're all rotten. Lucas is a damn idiot. Homeless man. Turned in 3 days. He's the 13th. Picture of a little girl. Oh, delicious dinner. Putting that back down. Snacks for later. I don't really... I guess I could use gunpowder for other things. Oh, and we have the first...
What the?
Yeah, I don't like the mold. Okay, I'm on normal. It's okay. Do I have the special ammo on? Oh god, I love this gun. We're gonna have an easy time. Because I hate these things. So these are the little creatures in this one.
Hell
Instead of
yeah.
zombies, we got these.
Oh. I don't like them. They're ugly.
They
and
are
mean.
really ugly. They scare me a lot more because they're so erratic.
What do you mean he's on it? What do you mean he's on the game? Can he not be on the game? Can he go to bed?
Can he go to sleep? Please?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bear in mind, he has basically the same schedule as me. But like we stream together, except it's 6 AM for him and 12 for me.
Okay.
Like, also, I will be back. I'm gonna go restart my laptop. It's being an idiot.
Okay,
it's
I
being
will remain
mean.
in this
It's
room.
being fucked up and evil.
So fucked up and evil of it.
I will.
I don't need that. Does this map? Okay, it at least shows me that. Safe room, need key to go outside. Need key over there. Oh, I should have touched the doors. I don't think that matters then. I don't think it'll tell me what keys. I can't close that. I shouldn't go downstairs, but I want to. I want to. I'll wait for my cat to get back. The soup. My little bear. How's everybody doing? It's almost been 3 hours. What the freak? I feel like we've done nothing in this game. Where do I want to be? I want to see if we can finish the first, I guess the second Jack Baker fight. Because that should put us to the outside world. I think that's where I want to be. I want to get to the RV outside. Oh my god, my stats? Okay, so I'm missing 2 Mr. Everywheres. I don't know which ones I'm missing. 18 files obtained. I don't know if I've ever collected all the files. Item box opened 8 times already. The chainsaw fight? Yeah. I am excited for the stabilizers and the steroids. I want those to boost. I like looking at the stats. I want to get at least to the RV. I would like to get to like the second part to be able to get to Marguerite next time. I hate her fight. She's just gross. We've gotten these. Ah, worms. Honestly, it looks more like intestines. Unnerving combat. Undercover thrill. All hail Caesar. Pluto's predicament. End of the void. Home. Sunday romance. Got quite a bit to go. Yeah. I should move forward. I'm just gonna move forward a little bit. This game is decently long, and I do enjoy that. God, I hate it down here. What if I just plot? That reminds me of Alien. It's just a vent, but reminds me of it. I want to move forward, but I don't want to do anything too much without. Oh.
Hello.
Well, without that little
Was that
one.
me?
Yep. So look at that.
Hello.
I went down into the basement.
Hello.
I forgot they were right there.
Ew.
Okay,
oh,
so I have to
ew.
remember to block.
Oh.
Got it. Block. Forgot I have better defense.
Hi, bye, Lynch over. I love
Hi,
you.
Bee.
bye.
You're so cool, Bee.
God, that
Bye
still
bye.
takes a lot. Was I already hitting something? Maybe.
Why is it so...
They're
Fuck
ugly,
no.
bro. And those aren't even the ugliest ones. Okay, if I let him hit me, they do so much damage.
Like, why is it like that?
Why? Forgot to cancel the animation. They are such a creature. They are something. I've caught the guy who keeps trying to escape. I've locked him up in the incinerator so he can't get away. Take him out when he's ready. Door you don't remember. 3 A's and a handprint. Do what you want with the girl. Let me just close that door. 2 A's and a handprint. Take gunpowder just in case I can. And there's only... Yeah, if I'm right, it's that one. Because there ain't no handprint on that one. There ain't nothing on this one. I was wrong. So sorry. 2 A's.
3 A's.
3 A's? 5 A's.
I had 3 A's and a handprint.
Yeah, you're right. 3 A's.
I don't know if I'm fucking up.
Craig. I didn't even see whose name this was. Oh. Okay. Unlock this one. Oh, 3 A's. Can I close you? Can I close you? There we go. Oh, well, we did need Travis. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh.
I forgot. I have to block this game. Because otherwise they do so much damage. You're a little too close. I can't even see. Oh my god. Okay, I need to remember to block. The games are also weird. Some games you can block, some games you can't block, some games it just dodges. The asshole in the incinerator kept killing me. Oh god, I hate this part. I hate this part. I hate this hallway so much. Oh my god.
This hallway looks gorgeous.
It just flopped into the wall. Yeah, it looks fragile enough to break. I don't even know what I picked up. Okay, let's reload it. I don't even know actually what key I picked up. Where's your photo? Yeah, see, there was fucking one in there. I have bullets that I don't need. What is this?
You always need
Dissection
bullets.
Down there. I'll be honest, I don't want to go down there yet. Oh my god.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
I missed 2. I can't worry too much because I will hydrate when I'm in that safe room. I'm gonna kill him. No, I'm not. He didn't follow me. I'm gonna kill him now. No, I'm not. I'm gonna kill him now. Okay, he didn't follow me. I guess he stays alive. Dissection room. I'm gonna put that one away. Let me look at that again. Because it's behind one of the stones. Oh yeah. That's what I remember. I'm gonna do this. Is it the fucking grandma here.
Grandma, can you leave us alone, please?
That's what I'm saying, bro. She's so annoying. I feel like a mold appears somewhere here. It might just be the one who appears. I didn't even need that. Okay. It was just that. You're a crow. Gang. Steroids. That sounds so funny. Oh, I hate the steroids too, because that's just a sharp little needle into the arm. That is awful. But my max health is increased.
That is no.
It's terrible. Okay, let's roll. Autobots.
Doc,
Roll
are
out.
you good?
Yeah, what's up? Oh, I needed to hydrate. I didn't.
He said he's not gonna hydrate. His sentence cut off and then he just said gang. Oh, are you good, hon?
Wes?
Are you okay?
You're gonna hydrate or not? That is the question.
I think dehydration is...
Oh, that's
might
just...
kill you.
Oh, did I accidentally open this and then never? Okay, there's one that comes out of the bathroom. The bathtub. That's just gross. I don't need that. I hated this part so much because they're so hard for me to deal with because this gun is a lot stronger than the other one. So I ran out of ammo so much. And on Madhouse, you get more enemies too. God, it was awful.
Ew. Oh. Oh. I might be an idiot though. It's okay. I might be sick.
Dehydration gang. Oh. I see. Oh, I hit his head off. I didn't hit his head off. I hit his arm off. That's a new one.
Damn, no head?
I feel like I hurt two of them. That scared me. Oh, I did! Okay, backing up. Oh, ow! Okay, back the fuck up. This game really brought back the fuck you, you despawned! Get back over here. The survival instincts. Like, you actually have to survive. Where'd y'all go? You in that corner again?
No.
Oh, what? Oh, whoa, boys!
It's a whoa.
Gotta reload with them. Die? Jesus. Oh, I just missed all those. Oh, are you dead finally too? One more. Models, yeah. I hate them, but like, it's a good hate of that. I don't want that one bit. I don't need that. I would like a shotgun though. I would like the shotgun aspect of that all. Strong chem fluid. I hate the other ones that Kai hasn't seen yet. Shotgun shells. They're just gross. I don't like those ones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love this scene.
Understandable.
Father.
The way he just grabs it.
be her father. No.
On the zombies farting. Well, no, because they're a biohazard. This whole thing is fucking biohazard.
And you, my friend, will help me.
I like how he pointed to the cop. He's gonna help him. Wee. Oh, we need that, Mr. Winters. Do I have... That was that. I know I can make better soup, but I don't really need the better soup right now. I don't like this. Okay. I think I'll be able to do this fight.
You can do it, I believe.
I believe.
Poor guy.
Oh, he's already moldy. I have 2 Heelys. Great demonstration of what we're about to do down there.
Hell yeah.
It's just Snake? The Snake. Don't really need a gunpowder. Whip. Like this part? I like this part. This is the fight that I want to get done because we're on normal, so there's auto saves. Because I do get caught by his choppy.
You silly.
The game's not the super longest. There's just like stages. I'm also not lollygagging too much in the sense of looking around. I hate this. I hate it. Get away from me.
I hate him. I don't like him. I don't like him.
No, you're real for that. Oh, I missed one.
I like you.
Can he also put a shirt on, please? Is that okay? Like,
yeah. No, that's real as hell. Okay, I have to be careful now. I'd say as I miss a shot.
Not start moving.
Shut up, dick. Oh, I missed. Oh god, I didn't realize.
did you just... Are you using the body bags just to, like, punch him in the dick?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god. I have to be so careful. Don't hit my ankles, please. I'm like... Okay.
Get it down.
I like having the duel with the sauce.
Blood for the bloodhood.
Oh my god.
Skulls.
Oh my god. Yeah, skulls. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We did it. I should be able to beat him. Yes, I can beat him, but I'm awful at this. Oh yeah, he's gonna bust. Because his attack catches me.
Can he not?
Oh, he's still trying to. Hi, Coco. I love infinite ammo.
He got legs. What is he gonna do?
Kick us.
Even with what balance? There is no... Like...
Do me a favor.
There is no counterweight of the rest of the body. He's just gonna try and kick and just fall over.
Yep. Also, I don't know why you thought this was good at. Can we open it? Our chainsaw's broken. The cornflakes. Corn for the cornflakes. You have anything on you, sir? Ew. Just a goopy mess. Okay. I do love this weapon. Because I have it on the strong ammo now, too. Where'd our little thing go? I forget. Did you take it? We didn't get it. Oh, we have it. No, we do have it. I was like, we didn't grab it. We did.
I mean, Doc, what are you talking about? It's all legs. There's all legs.
We can put a little blonde wig right on the top of the stump.
Mm-hmm.
We gotcha. I'm scared of those little guys. That's a strong ammo on though. Literally the strongest weapon. I'm such a bad shot though. I have good shots and I can aim. I just panic, and when I panic, I panic. I want this though. Can I do anything over here right now? I don't think I can. No, it's a snake. Okay. Ball pit. Quiet, just playing
Ball pit. Man, I want to play ball pit.
Ball pit. Soon you can play ball pit.
It's so fun.
Ball
It's
pit.
so fun. I've just unlocked the last area in the game.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot Grandma's singing when we come up. Hey, Grandma. I wish. You can't even aim down sights to look at her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That, we keep that, put that away. Strong
Right, you
character,
better
good.
enjoy ball pit. Hehehe.
Hey, Grandma. Hey. Okay. And she's gone.
You're only gonna do one run. You say that, but then you end up doing like 12.
That sounds... yeah. Even I know when you say, only one more, just one
Oh.
more. It never ends up being just one more.
Yeah,
That's
it's
how it
never
always
just one
is.
more.
Yeah. This one, snake. Snake, snake. Snake. Oh, I guess I could have got the shotgun for that fight. There's a shotgun at the end of it. I guess. Oh, there's yelling at the dog. Tired of chasing these shitheads? Let's hide them. Misting my whole robe.
Yeah.
Can't get out of the house. Grandfather clock. Book. So I need to do the grandfather clock one. Oh. Dentures. How lovely. How lovely. Dear Mrs. Baker.
Oh, lovely.
How have you been feeling recently? Those dark areas around your cranium are fungus-like structures that seem to be related to mold. The hallucination and noises you said you've been hearing are related to these growths. If your symptoms are due to fungal parasite, it must be removed before it's too late. Yeah. I don't mean to scare you.
Ew.
But I am seriously concerned for your health. Please come to the hospital as soon as you read this letter. As your doctor, I strongly recommend you undergo further test. She got a little mold in her.
Oh.
Just a little mold.
Okay, so it's a fungus this time then.
It's a mold.
It's mold.
It's just a little mold.
It's mold. You got mold in the brain.
Just a little mold.
And he's been breathing in all this mold? He's gonna be infected.
I forget how it... works exactly for this one. In Village, it's a little bit different. It's extra different on top of it. Oh, I want this. I have too many items?
Damn.
Well, now I don't, bitch. Heh. Infinite ammo. The grandfather clock. Took it from you. Which clock?
Grandfather clock.
The grandfather clock. I do like the shotgun.
The grandfather clock.
Grandfather clock. Add a hint of spice to it. Just a hint of spice. Why, yes. Why, yes. I got all that now. This is just adulting. You evil crows. Ow, 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 Remember the freaking clock. Don't I have access to the files? I do have access to the files.
I'm sorry, I eated it.
Ammo about relief. Living room. Is this the living room? No, this is not. The living room. Back this way. At least Jack Baker is now done for a little bit. Before we have the next enemy.
Oh yeah.
Which should get us to where... Headphones. I literally can still hear the game. I walk past the clock. Which we could still hear the game, but it said disconnect.
Oh, wait, will we?
What if I just disconnect on you? What the fuck you mean?
Damn, that's fucked up and evil.
Yeah, so fucked up and evil. Okay, so now we can go outside, which is where I wanted to be. But I hit that a lot earlier than I thought. So that's kind of crazy. Let me out. Hey, where are those fuckers at? Are they out here right now? I don't think they're out yet. See, like, look at this porch. This is gorgeous. This is a gorgeous house.
It is. It's a very pretty house, but they're just not okay in the head.
Yeah, it's not their fault. They're just a little special. Take that herb. Ethan? I think down here should be a little secret somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, secret.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Broken handgun. I forget what that's for. I think you can fix stuff, but we're gonna put that away.
For me.
I feel like there's one more. Where's your dang FOV? Is that a thing I can do?
I don't know.
Oh, I guess it is. It only goes
Hell
to 90.
Yeah.
Now I just feel like I'm tall.
You are tall. You are the tallest.
I would like to think though. It's too late for them. Don't be so dramatic. Okay, what is that gun? Oh, Magnum. Jordy, do the :3, but do 3 3s. Do that cat. That cat better. That one better. That one's.
I prefer the one with 2.
You prefer 2? 2 is good.
I like that one.
That one's good too.
I like that one.
The one with 3 is just so cute. They're all so cute. Yeah, look at that little guy. That's you happy because it's like, FOB. Steroids, stabilizer. We want steroids first. It's very funny. I promise you, it makes sense. I promise you, I'm okay.
I trust you.
Look, we're playing like a little gotcha game now. Because I'm just gonna put the little slots in. Then we're gonna take this, and then if you don't like needles, look away. Because he's about to jab it in his arm again, and I don't like it. So. I said that, but I stared straight at it. I have 4. I perfectly have 4.
Is he considered not doing that?
Honestly, I don't think he hasn't. I don't think he hasn't. I don't think he has, because he's a little stupid.
That's mean.
Yeah.
He's not stupid, he's just special.
He's just a golden retriever. Okay, we're gonna stab another needle. Is that TTS gonna go off?
No.
I like that. Yes, I can. My reload speed has increased. I don't have a VHS save. Anything else hidden in here? No. This is Zoe's little house. She lives in this van, which, truth be told, is very cozy. Less moldy, still kind of fucked up and dirty. But she got so many stickiness. Not dead. I don't know what the rest say. Yep, there we go.
You made it. You're the first I've ever seen make it this far.
So what is it you need me to do? Is it gonna help me get out of here?
Yeah, TTS.
Yes. Now listen carefully, Ethan. My family and I, our bodies are contaminated. I can't leave the property unless I get it out. And the same goes for Mia.
Is there a way to get it out?
We need the serum. It should clear whatever this stuff is out of the body. As long as you're not too far gone.
All right. So where is it?
If I knew where one was, I'd
The
already
point
be
for
long
Magnum
gone.
is based on the
But I
AMC
have a
Auto
feeling my
Mag.
mother has hidden some inside the old house somewhere.
I wonder why I didn't read the other
So
one.
if we get this thing,
But
I
I
can
like
help
that.
me and we can get out of here?
Because it's
Right.
mean.
And so can I. The old house is near the water.
It
You
is
can't miss
mean.
it.
Should I just keep with the Albert gun?
I just
It's
hope
so
you can
mean.
handle my mother.
I can't
Your
handle
mother?
I
your
mean, if
mother.
it
Be
works,
careful.
it works.
They'll be looking for you.
Okay, I'm gonna hit another save just cause we can. Oh. I forgot I could look at the fact it says maybe it's Zoe's. We're in her house. No shit, Sherlock.
Let me try again. The shotgun M37 is based on the
Look, he's
Remington
just a little
870,
special,
as
okay?
well as having a bit of the Ithaca 37 in it. The Ithaca 37 is the first pump-action shotgun you get in Re5.
Okay, I didn't think I was like, what's the shotgun there? Okay. I'm gonna take out my headphones really quick, go run to the restroom. So I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll give you Nessie though.
Yay. Hell
Here's
yeah.
Nessie. I'll be right back. Stop that.
Yippee.
There we go.
Yippee. The shotgun M37 is based on the original, as well as having the Ithaca is the first pump action shotgun. Hell yeah, that's cool. That's really cool, actually, Doc. I didn't know that. That's cool. Chaos. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Oh. You guys are all so cool. I appreciate you guys all so much. Mm-hmm. Everybody's so cool. Ooh. I don't know Metal Gear, but you're free to put it in the chat, dog. Cause now I'm curious. But have you guys considered that you guys can also be cool? You guys are allowed to be cool too. Yes. Yes, you silly. I'll bite you. Hello.
Going for the
Hello.
cornflakes. Oh wow.
Hello.
Oh, wow.
They're being mean and saying that they're not cool when they are cool.
That's lies. So you're telling me
They're
you guys
so-
are lying to us?
They're lying to me.
Why would you lie to my bear? To my sweet cheese.
Yeah.
I forgot the rest of that quote.
I'm scared.
Okay, I'm not scared. Supplements. Good. Oh yeah, that's lovely. Okay, so I need a little thing for that. I forgot about that. Man, it's been a while. Okay, let's put these supplements away. I feel like I'm going through this game really fast now, but I also know there's so much left. Here, solid snake. Main firearm is HK Mark 23. It's one of Doc's favorites. Used for that game is because of how
Hell
square
yeah.
and blocky it is. Oh, making it easy to render. You know, that makes sense. That's interesting.
That's cool. That is interesting. Thank you for telling us.
Personnel are using it. FAMOS. Just French, reason the American is using French rifles because it's also very square and blocky, making it easy to render. Fair.
Hell yeah. I need to see you playing a zombie game.
Ew. Bugs. Your favorites. Oh, I like worms.
Hello, bugs.
Bugs. Actually, no. Fuck these bugs.
No, don't do that.
Shot on sight. That is all. Bugs shot on sight. Some sort of flamethrower? Why, yes. I fucking hear them. Okay. Just losing my mind, don't mind me. He's upstairs. Don't go up. Fuck you. Sorry, sniped a bug. Oh, that one has an even bigger one. Fuck you. That was personal. I wonder if I can destroy it. Usually you use the flamethrower, but I wonder. Oh! Did not know that. This is so interesting. I didn't know. But I do like the flamethrower still, and I would like to have that. I don't even need the flamethrower.
$100,000? That's too many dollars.
That's one too many. Here, collect these.
That's so many dollars. No need for that many dollars. I don't know why he said it like that.
I do need flamethrower for spiders. They're too hard to clear with. Oh, what am I doing? I think... I actually think the other gun's stronger. Ow! You're behind? Oh, I hit the... Oh my god. Sorry. The little string on my microphone started touching me. And that was poor timing of me looking at spiders.
Oh.
Yeah, that was...
Ew. No, thank you.
Not enough spicy! I gotta stop picking up that. So much monies.
Oh. Oh, okay. That's wild.
Just gonna pop this. Hell yeah. I'm just gonna wait till I get the flamethrower for that. It's so much easier. Bug. Genuinely scared me. I don't like those bugs. He was just... Spiders jumped at me, bro. Oh. Not the soapbox. So I need to find that.
No,
thing.
I like hearing the stuff about firearms because, you know, obviously we don't have them here. I don't know anything about it.
And you're just
It's
saying facts
interesting to
about
learn
it too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
We
Ethan
like
just said
listening
you
to
don't
you
have enough
today.
space. I just picked up a huge backpack. I have enough space. Also, I wasn't trying to pick it up.
Get off your high horse, Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan. Get your shit
Yeah,
together,
Ethan.
bro.
Yeah. I should look up to see where all those Mr. Everywheres are. I'm only missing 2, but now it's so hard because I don't know what I'm missing. Is that calculated? Steel. Okay. It's me. I'm the puzzle. Yay. Hee 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 hee. Hee hee.
Bugs.
Bugs.
Try me. I dare you to. I got a knife. I know how to use it.
A knife.
Truth be told, that bug was actually dodging me pretty well. He's doing a pretty damn good job. I should just cut these strings short. It's high horse, Ethan, how dare you? You shouldn't be able to give... Yeah! Yeah, you're right. Yeah! Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Oh, jeez. Decided to try knife enemies. Those things are so hard to hit in this guy because they're so erratic. Except when they're like that. It's just easier to hit them like that. I hate the bayou when it comes to water like this. I'm on the hefty ammo too. I've been killing these things. Let's just close that. How do I tap? Okay, how do I... Flame rounds. Fuel. That's what I would like to make. Wait, is my fuel infinite too? It is. There's no point in making any ammo. Not even this. Oh my god, Marguerite's fight is gonna be so easy. I guess that is what I get for beating the whole game on Madhouse. I did my dues. I did my due diligence. I beat them up.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Die, bitches, die. I flamed them with the thrower. I used to be so conservative with my ammo for the flamethrower, but I don't have to at all. Oh, I hate this part. And it's not the going down, it's the coming back up. What is that? Antique coin? I can't stack those. Okay.
No. Not allowed.
Not.
Ethan?
Mia? I don't know why I said it like that.
Ethan!
No more bullshit, Mia. I want some answers.
I know, you're right, and I always wanted to tell you, but I can only remember a little, and the rest is just gone.
And then there's fuck-ass Lucas.
Right?
Lucas is always
You mind
bad.
if I borrow mommy for a little bit?
Even not having mold in him.
Why don't you stand there? Do something!
Ethan, help!
Don't do something.
Damn it.
Okay, I need to move these strings. Otherwise they're gonna keep on touching me. I'm about to get the spider. Okay, so let's just take some pills. Should be one there. Oh, I love that. I don't think there's anything else in any other game that, for like Resident Evil wise, that has like these pills that help you search for things.
Honestly, it's a cool concept.
It is. I do really like it.
It's...
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the part that I hate. Come up here.
It definitely helps people if they get stuck as well.
Yeah. And you can find like the little things. Oh. Burner ammo. I didn't check this drawer. Stuff over there. I never really...
Stay the fuck out!
Oh. Okay. Ow. Ma'am, you in what army? I have a flamethrower.
With that army, I imagine.
Aha! Damn!
Oh my god. I hate the way the flamethrower, like, it does a fantastic job of like blinding you afterwards.
ky3len, we don't talk about the fact that our hand was cut off and then stapled back on again.
Our leg was
We don't...
Hey, girly.
That also happened to our legs.
Yeah, our leg didn't get stable back on though. That was just Mr. Baker
we had to do that
doing a
ourselves.
demonstration of do it. I dare you. Oh, what's right here? Oh, magnum ammo. I guess that doesn't even matter to me either. Because I just have infinite ammo. Don't really need that ammo either, but... Fuck you. Fuck you a second time. I'm gonna go put stuff away though, because I don't need it. Our beehive is seen as a weak point, but it turns out it's not. Yeah, I really don't get that, because the beehive really should be the weak point. But
yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that I don't necessarily get. Okay, I'm gonna put the scorpion key
Yeah,
away.
I don't get that.
Because especially once you see it on her, it is with all the other Resident Evil knowledge in our brain, there's no big orange eyeball, but that is very out there and very noticeably like
It's close enough.
Yeah, literally it's close enough. Is that good enough? That's it, it's close enough too. Yeah. But it's one of those things that like it looks like it's the weak point. It clearly does. What is her weak point? I forget. Because honestly, I still just aim for that beehive. I hate this part. There's bugs.
Fuck.
Ethan also hates
the bad bugs.
Yeah, I don't like centipedes. A centipede.
Oh, centipedes? Oh, fuck off.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm glad.
Centipedes are the only... Millipedes. Millipedes are cute. I love millipedes. Centipedes, they can go fuck themselves.
Millipedes are still
I
pushing
get
it
it
a
that
little
they
bit
have
for
important roles, but like, can they not?
Yeah. Like millipedes push it for me just because I still don't like the little leggies. But
No, that's
they
fair.
look a lot happier than centipedes. So they get a pass. It's true though. They're awful. Get them the fuck out of here. Did you get a text message?
No.
Through your fucking mic, I was like, Stardew Valley? Is someone fishing?
I got an email. I'm getting emails, don't mind me.
Oh my god. No, me too, quiet. It just, I think because you were talking at the moment it went off.
You scared the shit out of me.
You scared the shit out of me. I was like, what? I'm gonna shotgun this bug. Does that have the correct number of legs?
Normally it doesn't pick up.
I agree, Shaylin. I agree. Yeah, usually it doesn't. I was so confused too. I was like, what? Because I was listening so intensely too for the little Mr. Everywhere. Oh my god. Iconic. Oh.
I am sorry for scaring the shit out of everyone.
Everyone's just Stardew? What? More? Yeah, I might as well use them. There. We're gonna do this and go back and do this. Hurry up, Mr. Ethan. We're on drugs. Our hands stapled. We're not gonna pay attention to that.
Drugs.
Give me that. We're gonna actually go this way instead of going up. Because we're gonna go get some goobers outside.
Goobers.
That was so funny.
I am so sorry.
Oh, Marguerite. I'm sorry. She's just evil laughing. Don't worry about her.
Okay. You know what? Good for her.
Fucking
Good for her.
shitcock. That's what she
Okay.
just said. Don't be so aggressive,
How
Marguerite.
can she know?
Okay, everybody fuck off. Those are the bugs. Not flamethrower fuel.
But no, I like millipedes because they can be really cute. They're just kind of there. They're just like long roly-poly bugs.
Yeah. Yeah. I can agree with that.
But then centipedes' legs are too long for their body. Like, I'm fine with them having a lot of legs, but they're too long.
And they look so pointy and sharp. Also, I want you to know that Marguerite just went.
Me too, bestie. Me too, bestie.
Me too, bestie.
I also do that. Sometimes you just gotta. You gotta.
Where is he? Okay. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Yay. Let's go, bestie. Let's go.
There we go. They're just long. They're just long. I don't like them. Secret. Oh, I actually do need that. Oh. Okay. Well. Let me close that. I mean, I don't need any of the fuel. Like, I straight up just have infinite ammo. Is she out there? A great area for 6 legs. They're mantis. True, they do have a lot of legs. You know what else is long? What?
Praying mantises? I love praying mantises.
They kind of scare me, but
Build-A-Bear just released a Build-A-Bear just released a praying mantis, and I really want to buy it. It looks so cool.
Sorry, excuse me. You sent so many bugs on me.
Bug.
Ma'am, I just wanted to walk past you. Oh, as cute as that. Oh, I'm still fine. Bugs don't hurt too much. I have defense up anyways. Oh, my pile of magic cards. Oh, Jesus Christ, Marguerite. Oh, do I have to fight her first? Oh, brother. Oh my god, I didn't realize when you get bit by the bees, you get hives on your arm.
Bees?
Yeah. All the bugs, I should say.
All right, you little cocksucker.
You gotta be bug atomically correct.
Yeah, but
Bless your heart.
okay. Little bugs.
Little bugs.
Fuck off, little bugs.
I love little bugs.
You hear me? Be on the tail.
Okay.
I don't know why that sounded so sad.
Wait, what did I sound like?
No, you said fuck off bugs and I just went, oh.
I almost stayed down there, I want you to know. That would have been very bad. I turned into Goopy. Did you say my leg?
No,
my leg. Zoe, you tried to sneak up the second floor again, didn't you? Oh. Nobody touches the altar. They have an altar up here.
Oh.
Great mantis on the sidewalk yesterday was so cool and docile. But also, I could absolutely not touch it with my hand. No, you're so real, ky3len. That's why I'm like, I like them. They're cool, but don't touch me.
No, ky3len. That's fair. That's fair.
No touchy. But really fucking cool.
What the?
They are cool.
Dark and quiet. Why did I get the fancy lunch? Oh, little baby body. Regarding the series serum, the following items be able synthesize serum. D series. Cardinal nerve. Cranial nerve, not cardinal. Sorry.
Oh.
You know, good enough. Cardinal. Everything's missing words here. D series. How do I say this? Purple. Purple nerve. There you go. Colonel and purple.
I think that's it.
Purple. Ethan wouldn't know what he's talking about. He's just some IT guy. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't know what he's talking about.
He is just some IT guy.
Did he find a serum?
I just got done dealing with your mom and her fucking bugs. Wish you could have warned me.
Sorry about that. What about the serum?
I haven't found any. But I did find out we need to make one. A D-series head and an arm. This can't be right.
A head? I think I have that around here somewhere.
You do?
I don't know about the arm, though. Have you searched the whole house?
No, not yet. I still need to check the second floor here.
All right. Check it out. Meet me at the trailer if you find it.
I like that he's talking as if he knows what he's looking for. Because, like, once we find the arm, of which there's no way that he thought that was gonna be it. But he was like, yeah, that's it.
No.
Sir, what the
No, sometimes you just gotta fake it till you make it.
Yeah, and he definitely is. Been ringing all day. I haven't been able to sleep since the child showed up. It's like Zoe says, there's something strange about the child and the woman she brought with. I'm seeing things, hearing things, can't stop feeling nauseous. Went to see the doctor in town and he gave me an x-ray. What's happening to me? The child gave me a present. I put the present in the secret room right in the back of the second floor, where nobody will find it. The arm is the sign of the child's trust. I know where she's going. This is Marguerite.
I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah, this is
I
Marguerite.
wouldn't trust it.
And I know what's happening, but it's like, the arm is a sign of trust. Child.
No.
Child, trust me.
No.
Child gave me that arm.
No.
Oh no, I just got scared. I got scared to turn around for a second. Got. Oh. Fuck you. Anti-coin, yay!
Okay.
Oh, it's not yours. Don't worry, it's just the little guys. Well, we need the lantern because somehow they have mechanized, weaponized all of this fucking house. There are puzzles everywhere.
Oh.
Preg mantis are infected with. Oh,
I think they
don't
just need to explode.
Exploded.
Yeah, no, the dragonflies are some of the most successful hunters, though.
I love dragonflies.
It's
I also
wild.
don't want them to land on me though, but I love them.
Oh no, that's understandable. I don't want them either.
Even butterflies.
Land on me.
And I've had butterflies land on me, but like it's been without my awareness. So that's okay, but I just don't. Oh, I forgot Marguerite's awake. She got a long arm. Oh my gosh, she's like Mako. I don't know why I said his name like that. She's like Mako. Except not her lower half. Not her lower half at all. I hope you watched her crawl down that hall.
Well, that's special.
I did.
Welcome. Welcome. Let's just reload some things.
I didn't like that.
None of us do. None of us do. And she's leaving goop. I will say, like, Mr. Baker, he keeps on turning a little bit more deformed, but because he's getting hurt a lot. Lucas?
Yeah. But she's just doing that for fun.
She got the short end of the stick. She got, like, the worst transformation out of the whole family. Because Zoe stays good. Spoiler, she's good. Wow, shocking. But there's a DLC that involves with her. She doesn't get. She looks fucking cool as hell. She looks like she got superpowers or something. But
hell yeah,
Marguerite. That woman is the sweetest woman ever, and she got the short end of the stick. I'm scared of these fuckers. Are they here yet? No, they're not. Okay. We did all that. We did all that. So I'm gonna put my coins into this. She really got the short end of the stick. I feel so bad for her. That away. That away. Where is my coins? I have one.
Where are you?
I'm actually scared that I need the crane. Where are you? And I'm
Cranking
so
that thing.
sorry. Crank that thing. I don't think I need as many healths as I do. I have 6. I think that's enough. So we're gonna put that away.
Sometimes you just gotta be cranky that thing.
There we go. I pressed the sort button. Hydrate.
Yay. No. Illegal.
Illegal. Can I make strong? Strong first aid. I don't really need
Yeah,
it.
sorry,
though.
quiet. I don't know how to hydrate. No, it doesn't need me to. No.
Yes it does.
No.
The law has been spoken.
No. Explodes.
Defense mechanism explodes.
Explodes.
Explode.
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 Sometimes you just gotta explode.
I just saw Kodiak get on deadlock. I instantly tabbed out to try to message. I was like, no, calm down. I went the wrong way. I didn't go the wrong way. I went the right way. No, I didn't. I went the wrong way. I went through the wrong door. I literally... What do we went through the wrong door? What's in there?
Oh, wait,
Gunpowder.
we went through the wrong door.
What do we...
I can't believe you really went through the wrong door.
What do we princess? What do we... Can't believe I've done this, princess. What do we... Treasure photo is in the toilet. What are we? What are we in the toilet? What are we? This is the exit, but I want to open it. Okay, I can't. What do we want? Let me go through the exit.
Wait, were we homophobic?
What are we about to woo my wife? Woo wow.
We would be able to woo my what?
Blue separating agent. I really don't need that. I have too many things. What do we all full up, princess?
What if I just explode? What if I just explode?
Explode. Oh. Sorry.
Wait, can I explode?
No explode. No explode.
No.
Man, I have so much shit in my pockets.
Bless you.
I have so much shit in my pocket. I'm gonna go put it away. Might as well. Explodes.
Explodes.
Explodes. I hate this. I remember every time doing this fight, I run back and forth. I'm like, oh, there's too many things in my pocket. Let me go put it away. And then I walk in the next room and I'm like, oh my god, they gave me so many things. Let me go put that away. Oh, what's that? Chem food. Can't even pick it up.
No, quiet. You're not allowed to explode.
No, explode. No, explode. No.
No.
I should be fine with 6. I have this heavy gun.
Don't explode.
No explode. No explode.
I am looking at you with my big ol' eyes.
Time to go explode.
No!
Agony! I give you a big hug. Big hug. Takes at your knee and then gives smooch on forehead. Takes out knees is tactical, okay?
Yeah. He understands.
It's fine. I don't even need that. Okay.
about to lose my fucking shit.
Widowy was so calm, but then it just escalated. Lose my fucking shit. Me too.
It felt appropriate. It felt appropriate.
I concur. Oh, Widowy? She's about to jump scare me.
Widowy.
Okay. Yeah.
Widowy, that's pretty rude.
Widowy shot her in the face. Ethan, put up the fucking gun! Stop just staring! Spiders are just a problem later. Widowy? What the? Widowy, Ethan.
Ethan, Widowy.
Ethan, Widowy? I need to itch my eye. No lie. Need to itch my eye.
Ethan, we need you to get a grip.
Widowy. I almost thought, who the fuck sent a huge message? Widowy was Stream Elements. Oh, itch my eyeball. My eyeball. Oh my god. Widowy, where the frick is she? I don't want to leave this room.
Widowy, what the freak?
Oh, Widowy, did we wait, I know I asked Doc, but Widowy, did we discuss what actually is her weak point? I forget.
Her head.
Oh, what the frick?
Head.
Oh, that's not very cash money of you.
Oh.
Sorry, I shot her in the ass once. I had to. I don't like that she did a back bend like that. Widowy, kind of freaky.
I saw that. No, Widowy.
I mean, she presented her her head for us. Widowy, she's on the roof. Widowy, need to fix my headphones.
Widowy, get off the roof, princess.
Widowy, you're gonna fall.
Shoot her in the face.
Widowy, she's gargling somewhere, princess. She's making babies, princess.
Oh, Widowy, that's whoa.
Widowy, she pooped out bugs. Widowy killed them. Don't worry, princess.
Displaced the bugs. Displaced the bugs. Bugs deserve better with that.
I'm afraid of women. Joke's on you, Marguerite. I am.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
Oh, just perfectly
Women are
good
scary,
poop.
princess.
Oh, I'm scared of a woman like you. I don't want, you know.
Gargling these nuts.
Oh, stupid ass motherfucking bugs. Okay, Ethan, get up. Hey, back off. Yeah, other bugs back off too. Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Come here. Get off me! Ew.
Are you good?
The bug landed on me.
Widowy, are you okay?
Widowy? I hate... Oh, she's gargling again. I need to go shoot her, but Ethan's so slow. She's usually like on the walls.
Widowy, Ethan, can you get a grip?
Oh, Widowy? She's right there. Widowy, don't fall off, Ethan.
Widowy gargling these nuts.
Oh, Marguerite. You're a lot closer than I expected. Where's that little guy? Oh, hey, Marguerite. I need to shoot you in the head. She stick her ass out at me. I love when she dribbles on the floor like a. I'm gonna shut up.
Whoa. Whoa there.
I think I need to shut up. It's like when you.
No!
Oh, ew. When you have you ever had a
Have you ever had a dream when you went?
Oh, this was not a dream. I like. Where's her head? I think it's there. She's kind of in the bushes. Oh, good heavens! It's like, but it's like when you spray a spider with like spray to kill it, and it starts squiggling.
Oh, yeah. I just feel bad.
Yeah, I do too. Except when it spawned next to me, and I didn't expect it. In the Marguerite, stop
Understandable.
doing that. That is disgusting. Oh, I didn't like how you could jump like that. I didn't know you could do that, actually. I shouldn't be scared.
That's pretty fucked up if I'm allowed to do that.
Because... well, that's kind of fucked. Where's the staircase? Oh, she's down here, actually. Stop that. Okay, actually. Sorry. Sorry to bug you. She's calling after me. My coworker is trying to set me up with a waitress. Oh my god, is she right here? Okay. Oh, is she dead? Oh, she's dead. We did it. She's too pretty. I'm fugly gnome. Not the fugly gnome. She crumbled.
No, that's me.
You fucking stay dead, okay?
Calm down, Ethan. She was a lovely woman. Is that enough space? Why, yes. I don't need that. I don't need that. I have so much excess stuff. This was so nice. Also, no, stop it. Hype yourself up. You're the shit. You are literally the
don't
shit.
be mean to yourself. Doug, that's so mean. How could you do that?
How could you do that to our friend? How could you be so mean to our friend?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have so many herbs. Do I really need another one? Yes, I do. I love canceling that animation because it looks like a little splash. Okay, that's it. Oh, well, cam fluid. I have some of that. Burner fuel, cam fluid. Might as well take this. Burner. Oh, a drawer. What do we got? Ammo. Something's over here. Check that. That was in this room. Ammo. That's that. Oh! Forgot about the wall we needed to go through.
Hell yeah.
Burner. I really don't think I need anything from here, truth be told. I'm just leaving.
No. No. Actually.
No.
You want out? That's me.
Oh, shotgun ammo. I don't need that.
You're not.
The crawler guy's here. No. I guess I could use those to find a little gnome. That's that. Oh, magnum ammo. I don't really need that, but just I have a collection of it. That away. Keep that for now. Okay. Back we go to the normal house. It's gunpowder. This is so much easier when I have infinite ammo.
Hell yeah.
Hell yes. Do I have any more psychosis? Not psychosis. Psychosis. Do I have any more? Actually, it's still going. Let's see the ghouls. I can see it all. I don't like the goopy sound I just heard. Oh, who just played the piano?
Not
That's
me.
gross. Somebody was playing the piano.
That wasn't me this time.
It was in fact not me. Oh, I already took it. Nope, open. Oh. Okay. It's done. We're getting this portion of the game done.
Well, yeah.
Well, okay. 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 Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
You could do it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Mhm.
Oh, what we got here? My family. A lovely portrait done by Evelyn. Okay. Oh, there's
Lovely.
There's a lot of shoes. There's really no explanation for that. There's just a lot of shoes. Okay. What we got? Cabinet number 1. Oh, a lot of dolls. Must have liked a lot of dolls.
Oh.
We have a boat crashing. Lovely. People dying. Ted. I wasn't opening that.
Lovely.
Teddy bear. Teddy bear goop. Teddy bear mo.
Well, that's not good.
God, that looked like a person over there for a second. Do I really have to? Oh, that's where we started. Ethan could crawl through that. He could crawl through that.
He could.
Oh my god.
He was getting through way smaller gaps.
That's what I'm saying. Something's wrong with her?
Yeah.
Oh my yikes.
I never could have guessed.
Never could have guessed. Oh, Jesus. Don't turn off my light like that, please.
Stay
Oh.
away.
No thanks, girly. I gotta go collect an arm. A ball.
Ball?
Ball.
Ball?
Ball.
Ball? Beastie ball?
Beastie ball.
Ball. Now that's beastie ball.
That's beastie ball. Oh, here we go.
I want to play more beastie ball. I want to
That's
play
all close
more
again.
beastie ball. It's so silly.
It is so silly.
I gotta show you at some point my favorite beastie, which is literally just a guy that looks like a pine cone. It's a little bug creature that looks like a pine cone.
Pine cone.
Its name is Skipple.
Skipper. I hate this.
Oh, God. I guess this is it.
Ethan saying, I guess this is it, but not knowing is hilarious. The worst part of the game, turning around and seeing a child's. Got my shotgun ready, bitch. Come at me. Oh, I don't remember all these drawings being all around here. How nice of you. No.
Someone's got to be an artist.
Fuck you. Switching to that. Please die. Okay. I like locked it. I was like, I don't know what's happening.
Now that's so real.
Where they at? Okay. Heavy duty ammo. 3 shots head. Maybe 2 shots, depending if I hit well. Okay, we're almost out of here. Oh,
I
jeez.
believe in you.
That one scared me. Okay, 3 shots head down. And we're free.
Yeah.
Close that door. Close that door, Ethan. A child.
Hi, Cal.
Exactly. Okay.
Yippee.
Little guy
Yay,
there.
yippee. Whoa, yay.
Nope.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I got it.
Wahoo, wahoo.
Are we really gonna be able to make serum with this thing?
It'll be fine.
There I put it.
After we make it, we can get out of here. Together. I'll be waiting for you in the trailer.
Alright.
Girly, I don't even know you. Like, realistically, why would I be getting out of here together with you? My wife is here, and he's stupid enough to still want to go after his wife. I don't know you.
I thought you were saying your wife, and then I thought you were calling your wife a man. For a
Honestly,
second.
Ethan is the wife.
Ethan is the wife.
Yeah, Ethan is kind of the wife. Kind of is the wife. It's a nice voice. You just didn't cut your hand. Yeah, but I don't know her. And Ethan's kind of stupid.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
I still love my wife. You didn't fucking meet me in here. How
Hell
rude.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Now where the hell are you? You know, never mind. We only need the head, and you've got it. This is gonna help me and you, right?
Hi.
I
Hello.
thought you should know. I decided that Zoe needed a timeout. She and Mia are here with me. And they're keeping each other company.
Just let them
How
both
nice.
go. What do you need them for?
Nuh-uh-uh. That's family business, Ethan, and not your concern. Understand?
Rework freak you.
Now, if you want the head, feel free to come by anytime.
I'm
and
8,
I'll
11,
give
and
it to
15.
you. But only if you participate in a little
Not too bad.
activity I put together just
Hey.
for you.
What activity?
Oh, I know you're excited, but don't worry. It's not going anywhere. First step I need you to take, partner, is for you to take a peek inside the fridge in the trailer there.
Fuck you!
Oh, come on now. Don't
I
be
hate
like
Lucas so
that.
much.
You want to have some fun, don't you? Now,
That's so
look
fair.
in the fridge.
Look in the fridge. What if I say no? I know what's in there, but what if I say
Damn,
no?
Sarah, you're ripping through this game.
I am. Oh, how lovely a little head. Oh, the pig is waiting for you in the dissection room.
Head.
Bitch. Nice little touch there at the end. Yeah, I'm going through this relatively fast. I feel like it's because I have infinite ammo, but like even without infinite ammo.
This seems like a lot shorter of a game.
Yeah, that's what my brain is going through right now too.
Yeah.
I need to go back in the house to get stuff. Extra. Oh, we can't scroll like that. I don't think I need that because that's a snake key. That's a snake key. Crow's over there. Is there any other crow door? That was downstairs. Let's see. Create the serum. I mean, I guess it took me about maybe 4.5 hours, probably 5 hours or so to beat the game. Because my last save that I have on here, on normal, was 4.5 hours, and that's create the serum, so I know which point that is, and that's almost the end game, where you kind of just like leg it through the last end. It did take me 11 hours to beat it on Madhouse.
Damn.
I don't know. It seems like I'm going through this way too fast.
I just think you know the game enough.
I think so too. Because, like, ideally, I wanted to get to this point to do Marguerite next time, but then we finished all that. I will say the fights usually take like 5-10 minutes, maybe at the most. But since I'm going in with infinite ammo and this gun, I think it's going past faster. But I'm still taking some time with some of the boss fights. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Welcome to Paradise. That in Paradise. I know that's a whole leg of the game right there in Lucas's thing. Because you have a little bit of a gauntlet fight.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. This one... I feel like our whole chunk is...
It's going a lot faster than I expected, to be honest.
Same. I will say with Village, it feels like that too. Because I know for sure, I think I could get Demetresk and Donna's house done right away. Oh, I forgot this house gets worse looking. Gross.
Lovely. Can it
not? I wish.
Yeah.
What did I need? I need snake. I have. This is Crow, right? Crow. Let's go down to Crow. I'm tempted to play. I mean, it's not wrong though, because even when I played Village the first time around, when I played that on normal, it was really easy. Besides the opening gauntlet fight, which is just like you have to survive, it wasn't the hardest. I honestly am tempted to play that on hard when we play it, because it's not that bad. Madhouse? No, thank you. Oh my god. I still haven't beat Mother Miranda's fight, but because I fuck up the combos. Grenade launcher.
That's fair. You know what you're doing a lot more with this game, I imagine, so...
Is there anything else in here? Oh, I guess I don't need this. There we go. That's how we do that. I have a grenade launcher now. What I normally play, I like to sneak around because I can't fight everything, which is bullshit. Grab the firearm shrine. Body mold. Fair enough. Yeah, Village is really fast. We also haven't been stopping to yap a lot too. We've been very like
we haven't.
Good. Which
for us.
Yeah, which is shocking for us.
Yeah.
What if I grenade launch one of them? I kind of want to do that. Because like even with infinite ammo, I still miss all my shots. So like,
silly, don't do that.
And that's what I'm saying. Should be a new little guy that pops up. I am just walking really close to them. The freaking grenade launcher. That's also a snake room over there. 8 autosave. I hate that. Oh, I did almost shoot Grandma out of instinct.
Oh.
Hey, Grandma. That bitch comes out of that wall. Pretty sure that bitch comes out of that wall. I grenade launched him, didn't quite hit him, and it still killed him. That was quite rude though. He jumped out and I was ready for him. Oh, it's quite moldy down here. See in this room? Oh yes. The second worst part of this game. Rigor mortis must have set in. His joints are stiff. Okay, sticking my hand in.
Oh.
Yeah. At least it's not the one with the staples.
Can at least be the bad hand?
No.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Good. Oh, he sticks it like elbow deep.
Yeah. It was
There's
in
no
there.
need to put it elbow deep in that. No.
can't be wrong with that, Mr. Lucas, but could you not put it in his neck? Because that was kind of gross. It was really gross.
Can you not put it anywhere near that thing?
That's what I'm saying. Don't put it near that tang. Oh, and Grandma's gone just like that. That's fair. I think I'm playing less scared too, so it's helping me because I'm not just running. Like oh my god. Where is he? I don't know, I'm starting to like tilt my head. Have a grenade launcher.
Hell yeah.
Not fucking with me quite yet. But I do hate Mia's portion of the game. It's like one of my favorite parts, but it just takes too long. And you actually have to sneak with that one.
Oh, ew.
I shouldn't be too bad though, because I'll have infinite ammo. It's just gunpowder. Oh, that just opens
that's good
around
at
that way. Oh, I could just go this way. Yeah, it's not the worst. Ask a potential spoiler question. Phrase it as if shotgun ammo. I don't know. What does that have to pertain? Is it this game or this next game? What does the spoiler pertain? This is information you wish to know because I am curious.
In any case, you could always DM.
Yeah.
I imagine.
I'm just running for my life. There's like one more room.
Good strategy.
Lucas. Oh, I don't give a shit about Lucas. You can ask questions about him. He's a shit.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
And he
do what you want.
Have to deal with this game. Like you get a little bit more Lucas, depending on how fast we go through this. Because Requiem doesn't come out till the end of February. We can play the Chris Redfield DLC or the Uncle DLC. We can play one of them. I don't know if I won't have infinite ammo in those.
Yeah.
The Uncle one might be fun. You gotta punch the mold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, I can fight them. Oh, okay. That shot hit nice. I do know. I haven't played this game in so long, though. Snake door on the other side. Did I hit this? Oh, I've never seen that happen before. It's like a piece of mold.
No.
Stuck there and it hit the... Hey, Grandma. I'm gonna go to the other room. Don't mind me. I'd rather do
Does Grandma actually do anything? Or is she just there to creep you out?
She's just there to creep you out.
That's understandable.
I mean, no, because he should be, and I mainly say he should be because he does cut off, his whole arm gets cut off, and then it's reattached. But he had...
Yeah.
Not Ethan. Lucas is absolutely fucked, though, in the brain, because you learn about it here. Got puzzle. Stupid Oliver keeps teasing me, you crazy head. I lied to Oliver. I told him to come over for my birthday party, then shut him in the attic from outside by remote control. He kept crying, let me out, Lucas. I changed the remote control so stupid Zoe couldn't go to the attic. I melded it with one of my inventors contest trophies. Now she'll never find it. Thank you for letting me know.
Damn. That's pretty fucked up and evil.
Oh, yeah, it is. Don't need burner fuel. Soccer ball! I like spinning all the things. Supplements. Pretty fucked up. He did have dealings with talking with I heard the little guy. I was like, where is he? With the end of the game. Renovation contract, Jack Baker, contractor Trevor, community installation, a shadow activated doorway in main hallway. I love that they actually constructed it. Oh, we could do the happy birthday one. We have so much time.
Hell yeah.
Let's see. There we go. Oh, it's not close enough. Other way. There we go. Like that one's close enough. We got a key card. Let me
I love the way that you shuffle it across the screen to try to position it right.
I do that with Resident Evil 4 as well. Just shuffle it. I'm like, okay, just gonna turn it a little bit more. Painting Judgment depicts a woman kneeling. She's about to get her head chopped off.
Can she know?
That's what I'm saying. I don't have room in my pockets.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Off work and you're still alive? Yeah. I only got so much left. And I only have so many things in my pocket and I can't pick that up. I'm just gonna eat this herb. Yeah, I'm just gonna eat that herb.
Hell yeah.
Just gonna eat it. I don't know what I need.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Little stuffy. I just need to go drop off stuff in a safe room, truth be told. Oh, in a safe room? I have a quick exit. Please don't be enemies. I think there's enemies. Okay, good.
I think there might be enemies.
I think there might be. Wahoo! Shortcut.
I think it's very mean though. I'll get there.
Okay, music's playing. It's safe. We're just gonna put that in there. That's infinite ammo. I don't really want the knife. We'll put that away. Snake. Snake down there. Snake. And snake. I think I'm done with the snake ones. I hate that this game doesn't tell you when you are officially done with stuff.
Oh, that's annoying.
So I feel like I'm not.
It's kind of rude.
Yeah. Hello? There was an enemy somewhere here. I guess he's gone. Are you here? No? Okay. Gotta go back up. I don't know what the toy axe was for. I forget.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I wish I could help, but I don't know.
It's okay. We're just gonna go collect the things.
Yay!
Oh, this is the other part. April, whatever. Oliver stopped his yelling. But sometimes I hear knocking from above. It really stinks. Some weird juice is dripping from the ceiling. Anyways, since I had time, I changed the remote control trophy again. Now it'll be shining every night. Oh, that's to find where it is. Yeah, so he killed that little boy.
No, that's me.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, Lucas.
Why would he do that?
Lucas is not the best.
Not the sharpest tool in the shed.
No, he knew what he was doing. He's the jackass. He is a bitch. go. I think that's everything from up there. That's crazy. I remember this game taking me so long. Not like super long to beat, but like a decent amount.
Mm-hmm.
Where like I had to go back and forth and get stuff. And then the fights, I mean, we've only had the simple fights. So there's some that are a little bit more difficult. I'm sure I could take this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know where the axe goes. I think that goes outside. Did like put a check mark next to item? No, I needed a toy axe. It's another shadow. Yeah, that one's the one that's outside. That's what I kind of figured that one was for. These little goobers are out here though. They should be. I thought so too. So I feel like I'm not done with those, but I know. God, I hate these little guys. There should be 2 of you. Okay, there's only 1. Ammo, possibly a lot of looking around for stuff. What do you mean by that, Kev? Wait, what do you mean? Brain hurty. Don't need that. I don't need that.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm a little silly.
I am just a little guy.
And by silly, I mean stupid.
Me too. It's okay. This is just a 7.
No. No, you're not. No.
It's not close enough. Oh, other way. There we go. 7. Oh, hell yeah, it's more stabilizer. Little guy with little paws. This playthrough seems so short.
I'm just a little guy with little paws.
I'd be looking
You're
around
so
just
right.
as much though. Because a lot of it is the stuff that just goes... you find it along as you go in the different rooms. And I've still been going back and forth a lot. I need to go up now. But even Doc is just like, you're going through this really fast. Because the fights are taking me a little bit longer. Marguerite is probably about the same compared to Big Early. Can I just check this for you, ma'am?
No.
No, she's just there. Don't worry.
Illegal.
Oh, thank you. I'm just gonna steal that from you, okay? There is stuff that is behind. Same as the other glass. Yep, let's go here. Herb. I think too, because the last time that I played was oh, that's later on. Was when I played. Ooh. It's a cool gun. When I played on Madhouse, and that took a long time. But that was an understandable long time.
Mm-hmm.
Behind there. Excuse me, ma'am. There's shotguns there. Just closing that for you, ma'am. There should be something that was behind here, I'm pretty sure. Do I have any? No, I don't. I do like that you can find hidden stuff. I hate that this is open now, because it's just... it's an awful noise.
Mm-hmm.
Kitty cat. Oh. These are interesting choices for pictures. Okay, that's that clock. Let's go. Yeah, let's go see what these clocks say. Just shit at Resident Evil? Hey, can't say that.
No. No.
You see how shit my aim is? I still struggle. I've just played these. I think it is just the fact that I've played these so many times.
Yeah, you've played these a lot of times. And also because the playthrough, I think, was very recent. Like, 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it stayed in your brain now.
It did. I did watch somebody play this somewhat recently. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I put it too far.
No.
Because I like watching speedrunners. I'm just too bad to do speedruns because I enjoy playing game. Or like challenge runs. So when I actually have to do a challenge run or like a speed run, I get too locked it out. Like this is no longer fun. Because I just want to have fun.
That's so fair.
Yeah, and like I'm just here to have fun. Like I'm going fast through this, but like I'm just being a silly little guy. I'm still getting hit a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, okay, that's in there. Where's this little guy?
I don't know.
Fuck you. Okay. What's the other one do? He's right
Die,
there.
hopefully.
Hopefully. Took 2 grenade launchers. Oh, he's not opening the door.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, he's teleporting. Oh, he's just gonna despawn.
Can he not? That's kind of rude.
Honestly, fair, because, like, he could have just opened the door. Instead, he didn't. Well. Guess I won't do that. That's later on. I actually should probably keep these because I hate Lucas's every guy. Thank you. Defense. I'm not getting hurt as much, but one, that's either because I'm just killing them before they touch me, and or I have this defense, but I've had this defense on for a while. Infinite ammo is new. Also, wait, Doc, you can't say your shit at Resident Evil because I didn't even finish. I've beaten it before, a couple of times before, but we didn't even finish Resident Evil 0 on stream. Where's this run?
Yeah, we didn't.
I said, fuck no. I ain't doing it. Okay, let's see. Garage A can't be opened. That's Lucas's. That's all done. That's all done. There's some more. Kids' room is done. There's a locked thing in there, but I don't have another key. Master bedroom, that's all unlocked. Pasamante. See. Ooh. Oh, that's just garage. Yeah, all the doors are unlocked, so I think I've used, where am I? All the keys.
Yeah, Doc, we know you had nothing to do with Resident Evil 0. That's what we're saying. We're saying you had nothing to do with it, and we still had to give up because we were failing.
Exactly.
Remember,
So you're not shit at Resident Evil.
You into the party. Don't be late now.
Let me talk to Mia.
No. You gotta show up first. You haven't forgotten where the party is, have you? You can get in from the courtyard. So come on, man. Everybody's waiting for you.
Joke's on you, Lucas, because I will say, it feels like we've been sitting here for just a couple hours. Oh. Okay. I hate those little guys.
I missed
one more for good measure. Oh, I'm gonna go get the last lockpick. We will be ending after this. But I can't believe we're done with all of this. I feel like this took me 2 streams to do these 2 portions. Yeah. Hey, Grandma. How you doing? Which was the last one? Not you. Not you. You? Not you. You had something locked, Grandma. I know you did. I know you're hiding something. Oh, a backpack. I did completely miss that. Was it even
Grandma,
up
why are
here?
you hiding my backpack?
I thought Grandma was hiding something.
I need
Grandma
that.
was not. See. Laundry room clear. Was it over here?
No.
Oh, it was right at the end. I might as well use it. No, I'll just keep it. I don't feel like going over there. Those two sentences are connected. You said you're just shit at Resident Evil because I'm going faster than this. No, you're not, because I didn't. Yeah,
because
I gave up on that one because I was doing I wasn't even doing horribly. That's just a hard game. If you don't. Excuse you.
Yeah.
The little guy was gonna talk to us, and I didn't want him to. What do I need here? I will need healing. I'll at least have grenades. We can do the happy birthday one when we come back. I can't believe though we like. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, the last time I played it was in 22. That's when I did Madhouse. Do not turn off PC. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of the next stream, and that's probably about it. That's still a
that's not
decent
that
amount.
bad.
That is still quite a long game, seeing as some people don't sit down for this amount of time to play a game.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're meant to be
In the grand
killed.
scheme of things, that is not a long game.
No. I still need to figure out where the Mr. Everywheres are. I think it's later in the game that I don't know where they are. But I hate that they reappear them. I love this screen. Oh yeah, I can show you this. The extra content. Got banned footage, which are different little stories. Not a hero, which is Chris Redfield.
Yeah, that's
one boss fight left. I think you would be right. Because I don't count the very last one is it's a boss fight technically, but it's not really a fight. But yeah, the Chris Redfield story is basically it is the cleanup of this whole thing. And then there's End of Zoe, but if you look at that, you can see Zoe has like all the crystals and whatnot on her. That's what happened to her. That's what the mold did to her.
Oh.
And then they still saved her too. But that is Joe Baker. That is her uncle, and so you play as her uncle, and he's really badass. I do actually really like him. He's a really cool character. But those are the little extra content, and I do like them. The band footage is really cool. I do like those ones. I don't think I've ever played them, but I have watched them. Not a boss fight, yeah. Yeah, that's real. I can concur with that information. Because it's only really one, like, big boss fight, which I'm going to not struggle with, but, like, ugh. It's just annoying. And I don't like him. He's gross. He's gross looking. Very gross.
Damn, don't be mean, man.
I will be mean to me.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Well. Wow. Wow, we did a big chunk of that. Oh, let me get music. Takayan! Takayan has a new song. I love Takayan. I should mess my friend. She loves him. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Well, my silly little boober, I'm gonna say goodbye to you. I love you.
Bye bye. I appreciate you.
I love you so much. I give you mwah. So good boy. I love you. Oh, that was so much fun. I love Resident Evil. I can't believe how much we got through it though. Like, I don't know. That seems like it was relatively fast. Change copies. Oh, interesting. Let's see who else has it. I love you so much. Hee hee hee. I miss you a lot. I love you all. Okay. Hee 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 hee. Let's do that. Let me see. Let me see if I want to take y'all anywhere. We do drop a lot of frames. I don't know where the drop frames come from. I don't know where they're going. I think the little guy keeps on just dropping them, trying to deliver them to you guys. That's the wrong place. I love raiding, but I always raid to run, so I always feel bad. Oh my god, I follow a crow VTuber streamer? That's so cute. I'm like scrolling through. I don't think there's anybody really today. I think we're just gonna let you guys go. There's nobody really that I would want to go to. Not right meow. And I think it's a good point. Just leave. No, you're so cool. I love and appreciate you so much. I can't wait to play more. The internet goblin that's supposed to give me the frames is dropping them? Yes, he is. Unfortunately, he's dropping them like the little Pepe that like fell on the floor. Things sprawled everywhere and he's crying on the floor as everybody's looking at him like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Me. Hee. Thank you all for joining. I'm gonna say bye-bye from here because I will in fact stay there. You all know me very well. I don't want Headlock for ending. Labyrinth? We can do this song. Gotta beat him. No, he's just a little guy. He didn't do anything wrong. Anyways, I love you all. I will see you all on Monday. I think we're gonna play a little horror game called Routine on Monday because I've been meaning to play it. As a little in between. I was like gulped again. Gulp. And then, honestly, I don't know what to play next. I'm scared to start up Kingdom Hearts. It's gonna trigger Kev. I'm scared. I'm very scared. But we're gonna play Routine because that's a quick, shorter little horror game. And then from there, we'll move on. But I will see you all on Monday for surezies. But other than that, stay hydrated, everybody. Take care of yourself. I love you all. And I will see you all next week. Bye-bye.